Welcome to another Vixavon romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixavon offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixavon Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Sloane. The lights are blinding in that purposeful, theatrical way, hot, white, and merciless. They flood the stage, erase the crowd, and frame me like a portrait meant to be remembered. My heels anchor me to the matte black platform, perfectly centered behind the lucite podium. Somewhere to my left, I know the global live stream is rolling. Dozens of cameras feed it to millions. I square my shoulders and smile, not out of arrogance, but certainty. Certainty is currency in rooms like this. My voice, when it comes, is low and warm, measured without being mechanical. In an age where information is currency, I begin. Transparency is the only ethical wealth we have. The words glide over the audience like silk, and I watch their faces. The journalists scribbling notes, the NGO leaders nodding along, the younger tech founders holding their breath like they might be witnessing the future take shape. I've spoken on bigger stages, but none of them have felt this sharp, this alive. The Tech Ethics Summit in Geneva is not just prestigious, it's where reputations are solidified or buried. And I am here to solidify mine. My father built Shaw Corp with innovation in one hand and integrity in the other. I continue, letting the faintest pause follow the word father. The Shaw Foundation was born from that vision, to push boundaries while protecting human dignity. Let the record show. We do not profit from fear. We fight it. The applause is immediate, a swell, not a roar. They're respectful, thoughtful, the kind of response you get when the room is weighing its trust in you. I offer a nod of thanks, step back as the moderator returns to the stage, and keep my smile precise. But just before I turn away, something ripples through the press pit. Not a gesture, a shift, almost imperceptible. But I know the language of an audience better than most. Something's changed. At first I think it's fatigue. The lighting, maybe. The tension always clings tightest after the applause dies. But then I catch the expression on one woman's face in the second row. Mid-30s, French press, sharp blazer and sharper eyes. I'd clocked her earlier as someone who might ask a provocative question during Q&A, but nothing reckless. Now she's not looking at me. She's staring down at her phone, brows drawn in, lips parted like someone just whispered a slur. She glances back up, right at me, and this time her eyes are different. No longer assessing. They're watching. No curiosity. Just the beginning of something else entirely. Another reporter, 2 seats down, leans into his phone, nudging his glasses higher. Then another. A ripple. I've seen it happen during IPO announcements, scandal trials, political resignations, those tiny fractures in the air when bad news hits behind the scenes, and everyone pretends the world hasn't just tilted. My spine stays straight, but I shift the weight in my heels, grounding myself. I don't reach for my phone, not yet. That would signal alarm, but it's suddenly there in my periphery, like a phantom limb, itching with the need to check. One buzz, one headline, one whisper of my name out of context, and the entire room flips upside down. The moderator says something about a cocktail hour. I smile, nod, walk with elegant disinterest down the side stairs, all muscle memory and diplomatic grace. But I can feel it tightening behind me like an invisible string. Something's wrong. Something's coming. My phone buzzes once. sharp and clean in the pocket of my blazer, timed like a sniper shot. I barely glance at the moderator as I excuse myself, murmuring something about a follow-up interview. The click of my heels is too loud against the marble floor, the way it always is in buildings designed to make people feel small. I don't feel small. Not yet. Once I reach the outer hallway, a blend of glass, steel, and cold modern arrogance, I slip the phone out. The screen lights up, unfamiliar number. Swiss country code, but scrambled. No name, just a single message. 6 words. Your name is on it, Sloane? At first, I think it's a joke. Some bored hack in cybersecurity playing games. But the second I read it again, really read it, something in me goes still. Bone deep. I stare at the words. I don't breathe. Because whoever sent it didn't bother explaining, didn't sign it, didn't offer context. They didn't have to. The weight of it slams into me like a brick dropped from 10 stories up. On it. That phrase could mean 1,000 things. A list, a memo, a leak, a warrant, a body. But in my world, with my name, it means blood in the water. I keep walking, straight ahead, chin up, pace unbroken, just like my father taught me. Never let them see you bleed, Sloane. But under the surface, I'm shaking. Not visibly. Not yet. But in that quiet, internal way that only happens when the past you've kept buried starts to whisper again. There have always been rumors, conspiracies around Shaw Corp's reach, whispers that Bishop's business ventures extended further than even his investors knew. Black sites, behavioral surveillance, licensing to governments we swore we wouldn't touch. I never found proof, not for lack of trying. My job has always been to keep the foundation separate, ethical, untouchable. I thought that made me safe. I thought I was insulated by my own convictions, my distance from his shadows. Now I wonder if I've just been his favorite camouflage. I duck into a side corridor lined with mirrored panels. The high gloss reflects my image back at me, controlled, elegant, impossible to read. But I can feel the sweat forming beneath my collar, the heat flushing across the tops of my cheekbones. My hand trembles just slightly as I lower the phone. I clench it into a fist. I want to call someone. My father, his assistant, anyone in legal. But a heavier instinct pulls at me instead. The one I inherited from him. Wait. Watch. Assess. If this is real, I won't get another moment of calm. If it's not, I'll know soon enough. But deep in my gut, where instinct lives, I already do. I tap my father's number with muscle memory I hate. No contacts list, no assistant routing. I know his line by heart. I press it to my ear as I keep walking, letting the call ring out into the sterile hallway. 1, 2, 3. Voicemail. His voice is calm as always. You've reached Bishop Shaw. Please leave your message. I hang up before it finishes. Fine. Try again. This time it's Marley, his executive assistant, the woman who once booked my pediatrician appointments and chartered jets like she was ordering lunch, straight to voicemail. I try our secure line, encrypted, voice scrambled, available only through a private app linked to 2 custom devices. One on my person, one on his. Dead. A slow, sickening chill moves through my chest, different than fear. It's not the absence of contact that unnerves me. It's the intentionality of it. My father doesn't ignore things. He categorizes them, handles them. He'd never go dark unless it was planned, unless he already knew. My thumb hovers over the screen. I consider calling Julian from legal or Bishop's head of crisis strategy. But if this is internal, if it's personal, I can't trust anyone until I know exactly what's been said and where the bodies are buried. I feel the walls closing in. By the time I return to the atrium, the press has shifted. Their subtle unease has bloomed into open frenzy. A journalist from The Atlantic is standing near the conference check-in table, waving her press credentials and arguing with a staffer. A man I vaguely recognize from the BBC news circuit is filming on his phone, mouth twisted in a satisfied sort of smirk. Then I hear it. My name. Sloane Shaw. Do you deny involvement in Shaw Corp's international surveillance contracts? The question is shouted over the crowd like a grenade. Conversations stutter. Eyes turn. The security guard at the front desk shifts his stance. I don't blink. I don't look directly at the voice. Instead, I pivot, subtle, practiced, and offer a half smile to no one in particular. I reach for the silk lapel of my blazer, smoothing it like nothing's wrong. I walk. Every step echoes through the chamber like a heartbeat. I don't run. I don't flinch. But each camera that swings toward me is a nail in the glass coffin of my composure. The floor is spotless beneath my heels. Refined, sleek, fragile, like everything I've built. Behind me, the questions multiply. So do the lenses. I can feel the pressure mounting, my father's silence, the text, the widening gyre of attention. It all clings to me like static, threatening to pull me apart. But I keep walking, because the moment I stop, it all collapses. The car is waiting right where it should be. Sleek black body, privacy-tinted windows, the kind of understated luxury that whispers power instead of flaunting it. I scan the sidewalk out of instinct. No crowd, no press, no driver standing outside to open the door. Odd. I slow down just enough to take in the license plate, Swiss registration, correct prefix. But the driver behind the wheel is unfamiliar. Dark jacket, clean-shaven, eyes hidden behind reflective aviators. He doesn't move, just watches me in the rear view. My stomach flickers. I could ask for ID, make a scene, call for the Foundation's Geneva office, and demand confirmation. But that would be an admission of fear, of instability, of not being in control, and right now, that image is everything I have left. Instead, I open the door. The scent of leather and faint bergamot hits me as I slide in, tension coiling tighter around my spine. The interior is spotless, silent, temperature-controlled. I shut the door, gently, deliberately, like I've done 100 times before. My hands rest on my lap. My phone sits face down beside me. The driver says nothing, just merges into traffic with precise, measured acceleration. I don't ask where we're going. I assume he knows, or I hope he does. I keep my face turned toward the window, Geneva blurring by in soft streaks of white and steel, but I watch him in the reflection. Because if my name is really on that leak, if this goes deeper than a PR crisis, if my father's silence is what I think it is, then I'm not being driven away from danger. I'm being driven straight into it.
Chapter 2. Reese. I've always liked this part of the morning, the silence before the world realizes it's on fire. The office is buried beneath a bespoke tailor shop in Fitzrovia, the kind of place where politicians send their suits and mistresses. No signage, no windows, just a reinforced door and a retinal scanner disguised as a brass coat hook. Discretion has a postcode in this city, and mine is stitched into Savile Row's underbelly. I move through the space like I designed it myself, because I did. 12 screens line the walls, each broadcasting a different feed. Security camera loops, heat maps, satellite intercepts. My desk is bare except for a fingerprint scanner tablet, a black notebook, and a Glock I haven't needed in over 6 months. The espresso machine hisses behind me as it finishes its cycle. Timing, like everything else in my life, is precise. I sip my coffee. No milk, no sugar, nothing that softens the edges. I take my pleasure like I take my orders, straight and clean. 2 clients already wrapped this morning, One CEO in Dubai who needed a mistress relocated before his wife arrived for the company gala. One government advisor in Prague who slipped and sent the wrong message to the wrong inbox. Idiots, the lot of them. But they pay to be protected from themselves. And I get paid to make them disappear when that fails. Crisis by nature is predictable. People only become dangerous when they believe they have something left to lose. At 9:13 a.m. precisely, the terminal pings. Not an alert, a tone, soft, coded. My hand moves before my brain registers the motion. The file drops into the encrypted drive on my tablet. It's clean, Imogen's personal cipher embedded in the metadata like a signature written in ice. Level 5 clearance. No subject line, no preview. She doesn't send warnings, only directives. The folder opens with a muted pulse, revealing one document. I skim the title, eyes narrowing on the header. Target: Sloane Mercer Shaw. My fingers pause on the screen. I scroll slowly, absorbing it in pieces. A color headshot, glossy, recent, likely pulled from a press kit. Brown eyes that don't smile, poised, impossibly polished, mid-speech at a conference. I recognize the logo behind her. The Tech Ethics Summit, Geneva, this morning. The rest of the dossier is standard Calder packaging. Education, professional record, family affiliations. No criminal record, no prior surveillance flags. The kind of background that's meant to lull you into underestimating her. I don't. Something curls low in my chest. Not attraction, exactly. Recognition. This isn't a cleanup job, it's bait. She's beautiful. Of course she is. They always are. The elite ones. Sculpted cheekbones, curated education. The right kind of philanthropic ribbon threaded through their public image to make it all seem noble. I skim her resume again. A Harvard, Rhodes Scholar. Humanitarian outreach in Ghana. UN Task Force on Ethical AI. Chairwoman of the Shaw Foundation, all dressed up in virtue. But her eyes... there's something in them that doesn't match the smile. They're not trying to charm the camera. They're not even trying to please it. They're measuring. Most people, when they know they're being watched, perform. This one doesn't. She calculates. That makes her interesting. That makes her dangerous. I flip to the final page of the file. Surveillance photo Geneva. Time-stamped 37 minutes ago. She's just stepped off a stage. Applause in the background. Light in her hair. The photo freezes her mid-turn, mouth slightly parted, like someone's called her name. And still, she's in control. I've scrubbed files on arms dealers with less presence than this woman, which makes the brief I've been given all the more suspect, because there's no world in which Sloane Mercer Shaw is a random loose end. She's not collateral damage. She's the warning shot. I tap the encrypted comms and lean back in my chair, the silence stretching until the call connects. 3 rings. Then, you've read it. Imogen's voice is always the same. Low, aristocratic, as smooth as cut glass. She speaks with the sort of elegance that's only cultivated after a lifetime of using people like chess pieces and never once losing a game. I've read it, I say. You're putting me on containment for a corporate heiress? A very visible one, she replies. If she implodes, she'll take half of Europe's foreign partnerships with her. You're not worried about a reputation scandal. No, Reese. I'm worried about the issue tied to her foundation, and the data streams it opens if journalists get curious. I pause. You think she's the source? No. But I think she knows something. And if she doesn't shut up and behave, her voice hardens subtly. She could become very inconvenient. I stare at the profile photo again. She doesn't look like someone who breaks protocol, I murmur. She doesn't. She breaks rules. And you want her compliant. I want her quiet. There's a pause. Then soft but unmistakable. One way or another. I take a long breath, thumb brushing the edge of the tablet. Then you've got the wrong man for clean, I say. Imogen's laugh is light, distant, and entirely without warmth. Oh, Reese, you are clean. You just know how to make a mess vanish. The line goes dead. I reopen the dossier and scroll slowly, back to the memo that supposedly ties Sloane Shaw to an international data breach. It's a digital image of a physical document, a licensing approval form linked to Shaw Corp's Overseas Development Branch. Legalese. Nothing explosive at first glance, until you reach the signature. There it is, bottom right. Sloane Mercer Shaw. The pen stroke is elegant, unmistakable. Her full name, her title, the timestamp. Everything is aligned to say she authorized this, but it's too perfect. The formatting is pristine. The metadata embedded in the PDF is newer than the rest of the document. The IP address from the upload traces back to a temporary server in Belgium, not Shaw Corp's main network. That tells me two things. Someone wants this to look real, and someone wants it to be found. I've been fed cleaner lies before, but rarely wrapped in this much silk. I've handled corporate frame jobs, false leaks, asset flips, but those were blunt instruments. This is surgical. Someone wanted this to blow up. Someone powerful enough to plant it, smart enough to mask it, and brazen enough to send me in after her, like she's a damn file that needs redacting. I close the document, fingers tightening around the tablet. This isn't cleanup. This is bait on a platinum plate. The silence in the room grows louder. I lean back in the chair, letting the darkness of the screens reflect off the brushed steel ceiling. My hand moves instinctively to the edge of my ribs, pressing lightly against the faint scar beneath my shirt. A reminder. A souvenir from a Calder operation gone sideways in Caracas. Wrong intel, wrong escape route, 2 dead agents, and a bullet that clipped me just enough to teach me not to trust anyone. Even the ones who sign your paycheck in silk and blood. The pain's long gone, but the memory lives in the scar tissue. Imogen gave the order that day too. She gave the order. I paid the price. I glance again at Sloane's photo, the look in her eyes. She's not some trust fund princess playing legacy games. She knows things. Feels like she's already seen the walls shift around her and chose not to flinch. That's the worst kind of mark. The ones who don't run when they smell fire. Because they're either smarter than you or more dangerous. If Imogen wants her erased, what else is she not telling me? There's a thin line between following orders and becoming complicit in someone else's war. I know exactly which side of that line I've spent most of my life on. I feel myself inching toward the other. I shut the tablet. The room falls dark, lit only by the soft blue glow of the status lights on my backup servers. Everything hums in silence. The perfect operational void. No panic, no adrenaline, just intention. I rise from the chair and move to the wall panel near the back of the room. My fingerprint unlocks the drawer behind it, black foam casing holding a tactical burner phone, 2 slim passports, and a compact sidearm. The gun is loaded, silencer included. I click the drawer closed and key in a 4-digit code on the tablet. 1 ping, 1 line of code, no words. The message sends. R activated. Travel required. Geneva. My concierge will interpret the rest. A car will arrive in 20 minutes. Jet fuel already being arranged through a private airstrip outside the city. ID under the name Jackson Marks. Civil consultant. Plausible enough. Forgettable enough. I grab the gray suit bag from the back of the office closet. Black shirt, no tie. Cufflinks that could cut a man open if angled just right. Geneva is a polished city. I blend better when I look like I belong in marble lobbies and mirrored elevators. As I turn to leave, I pause, just briefly, and glance once more at her photo, still glowing faintly on the now-dimming screen. Sloane Mercer Shaw, a name wrapped in legacy, spit-shined by PR teams respected in the circles that make nations pivot and stock markets twitch. She's supposed to be a footnote in someone else's power play, but something about her doesn't sit right, doesn't fit. Her file reads like a crown, but her eyes read like a warning. This was supposed to be a 2-day wrap job. Quick, clean, and forgettable. But I've already memorized her face, and that means I'm not going in to clean up a mess. I'm going in to decide what happens next.
Chapter 3. Sloane. I stare out over Geneva from the windows of the Carlton suite, like I own the city and not like it's crumbling underneath my heels. The view is pristine, glass buildings catching morning light, pristine streets, and banners from the summit rippling gently in the breeze, like peace is still an option. Inside my stomach is a fist. My temples ache from a night without sleep, and I've been up since before sunrise, pacing across imported marble, trying to pretend I'm not waiting on a man who taught me to never wait for anyone. Still no word from Bishop, not a call, not a ping through secure lines, not even a ghost signal on our private channel. I've tried everything, conventional and otherwise, legal, internal, external. I even had Finn run a ping last night from a burner app I shouldn't still have access to. Nothing. My father, the man who built an empire on information, has suddenly gone dark, and I don't believe in coincidence. I smooth down the sleeves of my jacket. A navy pantsuit with sharp shoulders and silk-lined edges. It's armor. Every inch of me is engineered for precision. High bun. Minimalist diamond studs, watch face gleaming. I look like someone who answers to no one. Except I'm starting to wonder if I've just been a figurehead in my own story. Control isn't about perfection, Bishop always told me. It's about how cleanly you recover when something goes to hell. Well, I think we've officially crossed that line. The lobby of the Palais International is a masterpiece of architecture and ego. Polished black marble, brushed gold accents, LED panels scrolling real-time global headlines in quiet, menacing loops. I walk through it like I have bodyguards at my back, even though I dismissed them 20 minutes ago. The press is heavier this morning. I feel it instantly. The cameras rise faster, the whispers a little too synchronized, eyes darting to their phones and back to me. I keep my steps long, purposeful, fluid. My heels click in perfect rhythm as I cross the atrium toward the West Wing conference suites. Then I catch it. A headline, flashing across a journalist's tablet just before he lowers it to look at me. Shaw Foundation. Leak. Who signed the I-code memo? I don't stop walking. I don't react. But the air thins immediately, like someone cracked the windows and let all the oxygen out. I let my gaze skim across the lobby like I'm uninterested in their curiosity, but I'm already identifying every exit. The main escalator is clogged with media. The side stairwell is partially guarded, but easy enough to access. The gallery hallway has a security blind spot, useful if I need it. They haven't started circling yet, but they smell blood. I can feel it. I nod once at a volunteer, gracious, composed. I smile, because that's what you do when the wolves arrive. You show them your teeth. Jackie finds me like she always does. Silent steps, perfectly timed, tablet clutched like a lifeline. But today her polish has slipped. Her eyes are wide. Her skin has gone 2 shades paler. Sloane, she whispers, and it's the whisper that does it. Jackie never whispers. It's live. I don't stop walking. What is? The expose. Her voice breaks a little. The expose. It dropped less than 3 minutes ago. Reuters, Al Jazeera, BBC, even the Times picked it up. My breath doesn't catch. My steps don't falter. But I reach for the tablet before she can blink. I scroll with practiced detachment until I see it. A banner headline, black text on a blinding white background. Shaw Foundation tied to I-code surveillance deals in regimes under investigation. Below it, my name, my face, my signature. I freeze mid-stride, the air around me folding in like a vacuum. Beneath the headline are excerpts from internal documents, wire transfers, email chains, contract scans with redacted lines, every piece strung together like a noose. And at the heart of it, a licensing document that authorizes the sale of encrypted data systems to an unnamed nation flagged for human rights violations. Signed, Sloane Shaw. I've never seen this memo in my life. Jesus, I murmur. My voice is calm. My hands are not. Jackie stands beside me, rigid. Should I call your father? I hand her the tablet. Don't bother. I'm done waiting for Bishop Shaw to clean up messes he probably engineered. I head for the east atrium, the one with the clearest line of sight to the plaza, and when I reach the edge of the lobby, I stop short. The glass wall stretches 2 stories high, giving an unobstructed view of the square outside. It's filled with protesters. They're not the flash mob kind. These people came prepared. They've got printed signs, organized chants, branded hashtags. Mercer equals mass surveillance. I-code kills privacy. No more corporate spies. Someone even dragged in a papier-mâché puppet. My likeness, all sharp cheekbones and strings attached to my wrists like I'm dancing for someone else. The worst part is, I don't know if they're wrong. The security team is positioned near the entrance now, eyes twitching, hands on their comms. One of them gives me a tight nod, like we've already entered a soft lockdown. He doesn't ask if I need an escort. He just starts to fall in beside me. I shake him off. Ma'am, there's been a threat assessment. I'm aware. I don't stop walking. So let's not give them a show. But I feel it as I move, each step slower than the last, the burn behind my eyes rising higher, the fear threading through every controlled breath. It's one thing to be accused, it's another to be made into a symbol. And I know what comes next. This isn't just bad press, this is targeted, coordinated, strategic. Someone wants me taken down, not the foundation, not my father, me. I fake a phone call. It's a trick I learned in boardrooms where men twice my age thought silence was submission. I raise my phone to my ear, nod like I'm agreeing to something critical, and angle toward the far corridor that leads to the private exit near the cafe kitchens. The guards don't question it. Not when I'm walking with intent. Not when I look like I own this building. My phone buzzes in my palm. Real this time. Another unknown number. I've had a dozen today already. Reporters, trolls, bots. But this message is different. Short, stark. You need to leave. Now, no sender, no follow-up, no nonsense. My pulse spikes, not panic, training. I've seen threats before. Read them, debunk them. But this isn't a threat. It's a warning, and the timing is too perfect. I hit the emergency stairwell and descend 2 flights, fast but clean. No heel breaks, no running, just precision steps and a rising burn in my lungs. I exit into the alley behind the summit venue. Cobblestone, narrow, empty. My driver is already parked in the usual spot. Same make, same model, same diplomatic plates. Except that isn't my usual driver behind the wheel. He wears dark glasses, doesn't get out, doesn't look up. The car is running. Something in my gut tightens like piano wire. 1 step forward, closer to the car door. The blast is blinding. A pulse of orange and black erupts from beneath the vehicle with a sound that splits the air in half. Heat slams into my back, and I'm off my feet before I even register falling. I land hard, shoulder first onto stone. The impact jolts through my body, cracking through bone and muscle and breath. My ears ring. My chest won't expand. I suck in shallow gasps, smoke curling in the air around me like the ghost of something that wanted me dead. Screams echo from the loading dock behind me. Staff, maybe protesters, someone calling for security. The car is gone. Just fire now. Fire and metal and pieces of something that was supposed to get me out. I blink through tears. Try to push up on one hand. My palm is bleeding. I look again. That was my car. My car. My schedule. My exit route. That explosion was planned with precision. Whoever rigged it didn't miss me. They let me live. And someone, somewhere, Just hit go. This isn't about scandal. This isn't about PR. This is a hit. And I just became the target 3.
Chapter 4. Reese. The first thing I see is smoke curling off the wreckage of the car that was meant to kill her. Even through the chaos, press shouting questions, medics shouting orders, protesters rattling barricades, I can hear the specific pitch of panic in the air. This wasn't just a warning. It was a message, scorched into the asphalt. A spectacle. And Sloane Shaw was meant to be its centerpiece. I spot her just past the edge of the cordon, dark smudges on her cheek, suit singed at the hem, blood dotting one temple like a ruby that doesn't belong there. She's surrounded by hotel staff trying to contain her behind a makeshift velvet rope, but she's still vertical, still moving. Good. I cut left through a service corridor and intercept 2 security guards escorting her toward a side entrance. I flash the badge I know they won't question. Something official-looking enough to buy me 30 seconds. I'll take it from here, I say. One of them hesitates. The other nods, grateful to pass the responsibility. Sheep in suits. I catch her just inside the glass vestibule leading to the hotel's private elevator. "Miss Shaw," I say, tone level. "Come with me, now." She blinks, looks me over, disoriented but already suspicious. She takes half a step back. "Who the hell are you?" I keep my expression unreadable. "The one who's going to keep you alive." She doesn't move. And you're welcome, by the way. Her eyes narrow, sharp despite the shell shock. She's been bleeding from the hairline for, 10 minutes? 15? But she's already bracing herself, calculating her options. It would almost be impressive if I wasn't one of them. "You're not with my security team," she says. "No. Then you can go straight to hell." There it is. Fire. Good. She's going to need it. "Do you think your security team would have let your car detonate beneath you?" I reply. "Do you think they'd still be alive if I hadn't intercepted their channel 10 minutes ago?" She stiffens, jaw clenched. Not a full believer yet. Doesn't need to be. "Who sent you?" she demands. "I'll explain later." "No," she snaps. "You'll explain now." We're still standing in full view of the hotel's lobby security feed. Reporters are clustering near the outer door. She's not thinking like a target yet. Still acting like someone who can manage the optics. Still acting like she has options. She doesn't. "Get in the elevator, Miss Shaw," I say calmly. "You have 15 seconds before every camera in this lobby realizes you're not dead and tries to finish the job." That gets her. She doesn't agree. She just moves. Precision steps, chin high, spine like steel. But I see the tremble in her fingers as she brushes past me into the elevator. The doors close behind us with a soft chime, and just like that, she's mine. For now. The elevator hums as it climbs, smooth and silent, but the tension inside it is sharp, like glass about to splinter. She stands on the opposite side of the lift, arms crossed tight across her chest. Her jaw is set, blood dried in her hairline. She's too proud to sit, too angry to flinch. But she's rattled, and she's trying like hell not to show it. "You're bleeding," I say. "Thanks for the update, Captain Obvious." A beat of silence. "I don't suppose you have a name?" she asks, clipped. "Reese." "That's it." "That's all that matters right now." She scoffs, and it's a sound designed to cut. "God, you're insufferable." I glance over at her, at the stubborn tilt of her chin, the fire in her eyes that hasn't dulled despite the blast. She's still in fight mode. Good. I prefer my assignments conscious. You're alive, and you're welcome. "Oh, forgive me," she snaps. "I left my thank you card in the smoking crater where my car used to be." I don't react. I don't need to. "You done?" I ask. She narrows her eyes. "With you? Not even close." The elevator opens directly into the private suite. High floor, no press access, triple-layer security on every entry point. The moment she steps inside, she hesitates. Looks around, assesses the exits. Smart. She's breathing too fast now. The adrenaline's wearing off. That means the pain is coming next. You need to be evaluated by a medical team, I say, moving past her toward the minibar where I've stashed emergency comms and painkillers. I need to go to a hospital. I turn to face her fully. No. Too public. Too slow. Too many eyes. She plants her feet like she's preparing to throw a punch. You don't get to make that decision for me. I walk back toward her, slow and steady, until there's only a few feet between us. I just pulled you out of a kill zone, I say, voice low, which means for the moment I do. Her breath stutters for half a second, but she doesn't step back. Who are you to give me orders? She asks, fury laced through her exhaustion. You think saving me once makes you my handler? No, I reply. I think saving you again might. We stare each other down, the silence between us like the moment before a gun goes off. Finally, she breaks it. Fine, she hisses, but I'm not letting some nameless merc stitch me up like a casualty. I've already arranged for a doctor, I say, turning away. Discreet, experienced, loyal. She folds her arms again, but this time there's a tremor in her fingers she can't quite hide. I don't trust you, she mutters. I glance back. Good. That makes two of us. She perches on the suite's velvet armchair, legs crossed, hands gripping the arms like she might launch herself at the nearest threat. Her blazer is still buttoned, despite the blood drying down her temple and the soot staining the edge of her cuff. She looks like hell. She holds like a queen. I move silently across the room, retrieving the burner phone from the minibar and checking the encrypted relay. No updates yet from Finn, which means the feed is still blocked. I don't like it, but I don't show that. She watches me from the corner of her eye, pretending she isn't. Like I haven't clocked every breath, every wince, every subtle flinch she doesn't want me to see. The adrenaline's dipping. Her body is catching up to the trauma. But her mind, still on fire. She's not waiting to be rescued. She's planning her next move. You're studying me, she says flatly, her gaze cutting sideways. I study everyone, I reply. I'm not your specimen. You're not dead, I counter. So maybe thank the study. She exhales slowly, half disdain, half exhaustion. I didn't ask for your help. I tilt my head just slightly. You think I'm here for you? That gets her. She blinks hard, then looks away. Good. The knock at the door is coded. 2 short, 1 long. Right timing. Right rhythm. I check the peephole anyway. Then I let him in. Dr. Ives Moreau is already gloved and carrying his bag like a relic from another century. Sharp French suit, salt and pepper stubble, eyes like granite. He's been patching up ghosts for my clients for years. Doesn't ask questions. Doesn't take notes. Charges in gold. Bonsoir, he murmurs, barely glancing at me before turning his full attention to Sloane. She eyes him with suspicion, but her voice is calm. What's he going to do? Assess you, clean you up, confirm you're not concussed, infected, or internally bleeding. And what if I am? Then he fixes it. Quietly. Dr. Moreau sets to work, asking permission before touching her wrist, before brushing her hair back to examine the gash at her temple. She flinches, but she lets him. Barely. I lean against the far wall, arms crossed, watching the room unfold. She keeps glancing at me like I might disappear if she looks away too long. Or attack if she doesn't. Do you have to stand there? She mutters, as the doctor applies antiseptic. I don't trust your pulse not to flatline, I reply evenly. She winces. Maybe from the sting of the disinfectant. Maybe from me. Until I know who's trying to kill you, I add. I don't let my assets out of sight. Her gaze snaps up, sharp, glacial. I'm not your asset. I meet her eyes, cool and unmoved. You're something. I push off the wall and walk toward the door. We'll sort out the semantics after you're not bleeding. The doctor finishes taping a gauze strip to her temple and gives me a curt nod. She's stable, he says, his voice low and clipped. No concussion, minor abrasions. Elevated stress response, obviously. She'll need rest. Sloane laughs just once. It's a dry, humorless sound that makes my skin itch. Rest, she repeats. Sure, I'll pencil that in between the threats and the media lynching. Dr. Moreau packs his bag without another word. He knows when to make himself scarce. I wait until the door closes behind him, then turn back to her. She's sitting straighter now, composed but not calm. Her gaze flicks to me like she's bracing for another hit. And maybe in some way she is. I want answers, she says. You'll get them. When? When you're less likely to bleed out halfway through the briefing. She leans back slowly, folding her arms. So I'm just supposed to sit here and trust that a stranger with a gun and a god complex has my best interests at heart? I don't have your best interests at heart, I say simply. She stills. I'm not your bodyguard. I'm not your fixer. And I'm sure as hell not your friend. Her jaw tightens. Then what are you? I'm the last line between you and a bullet you'll never hear coming. I move closer, slow and deliberate, till I'm standing just a few feet from her, enough for her to feel the shift in gravity. I'm not looming. I don't need to. I lower my voice. Someone wants you dead. They've already tried once. They won't miss again. And until I say otherwise, your survival is my problem. She blinks but doesn't look away. I don't need your gratitude. I don't want your trust. All I need is for you to do exactly what I tell you. Because if you don't... I pause. Let the air between us stretch tight. You're going to die. And I don't fail assignments. She studies me for a long, breathless second. Her chin lifts, defiant. But there's something else in her eyes now. Something more dangerous than fear. Calculating. Cold. Ready. She's not folding. She's focusing. Fine, she says. I'll play your game. Then she stands, walks past me toward the bedroom door, and without turning around adds, but don't mistake survival for submission. The door clicks shut behind her, and I realize since this assignment began, I don't know whether I'm protecting her from the world or protecting the world from her.
Chapter 5. Sloane. He gives me 20 minutes. No explanation, no apology, no room to argue. Just a single knock on the bedroom door and that calm, clipped tone that's starting to feel like a threat all its own. Grab your things and try to compose yourself. We leave in 20. Then he's gone. Like he didn't just hijack my entire existence and set it on fire. I sit on the corner of the bed in the suite's master bedroom, still dressed in the same smoke-dusted blazer from earlier, knees bouncing, fingers twitching at my sides. I can't even make myself reach for my phone again. What would be the point? My father still isn't responding. No returned calls, no messages, not even a read receipt on our most secure line. For all I know, he's already vanished into whatever high-level hellhole birthed this entire nightmare. The silence is worse than an answer. I stare at my bag. The kind of sleek leather weekender bag that says weekend in Milan, not international fugitive on the run. I don't pack, I'm not running, but I do dress. It's instinct, self-preservation through image, black slacks, blouse with a hidden silk panel, brushed trench with gold accents. I reapply lipstick with a surgeon's precision, red, controlled, sharp. Not because I want to look good, but because I refuse to look scared. If I'm going to be dragged out of Geneva, I'll do it on my terms, even if those terms are petty, spiteful, and stitched in Prada. The moment I step into the hall, he's already waiting. Reese is standing by the elevator like a storm in a suit, lean, unreadable, holding a tablet in one hand and a sidearm. I'm pretty sure he's not supposed to be openly displaying in the other. He doesn't even look at me when he speaks. We're taking the garage route. Stay behind me. No hello, no update, just orders, like he owns the air between us. I assume we're not checking out. I mutter, heels clicking as I follow. He doesn't answer. Technically, we didn't check in. The garage is dark, clinical, with security cameras in every corner and an oily smell that clings to my throat. He leads me through a side door marked staff only, down a corridor I didn't even know existed. Then I see it. A car, sleek, black, diplomatic plates. My stomach drops. I'm not getting in that. I say, dead stop. You are, he replies without even blinking. I plant my heels into the concrete. You do realize how this looks, right? Armed man, unmarked car, strange alley. He opens the back door like he's holding a goddamn tray of champagne. And yet, he says smoothly, you're still talking instead of running. I hate that he's right. I hate even more that I get in. The second the door closes behind me, the locks click. Automatic, slick, insulting. We pull out of the alley like a shadow slipping down the back of the city, Reese driving like he knows every turn before the streets do. I don't recognize the route, no signs, no GPS, just slick cobblestones giving way to winding asphalt. The Summit building disappears behind us, swallowed by early evening fog, and still, he says nothing. I stare at him from the passenger seat, hands clenched in my lap, his jaws tight, eyes forward, body language all business, like I'm just another item on his bloody checklist. You're going to tell me what the hell is going on, I say. No. Not even a pause. Excuse me? He shifts gears like I didn't speak. Calm, unbothered. You don't need to know, he adds. You need to sit still and stay breathing. I let out a short laugh, sharp and disbelieving. You can't just abduct people, even in a nice car. I didn't abduct you. I extracted you from a compromised location where your continued presence would have gotten you killed. There's a difference. I press a hand to my forehead, trying to block out the rising sting behind my eyes. I'm not sure if it's from exhaustion, the trauma of a literal explosion, or the fact that I'm now apparently riding shotgun with a British John Wick impersonator who thinks emotional support comes in the form of silence and seatbelts. You do realize I've done nothing wrong, I mutter. Reese's voice is dry. That's cute. We hit a stretch of road that curves through the edge of the French border, empty except for the echo of our tires on wet pavement. And something inside me snaps. I reach for the door handle. He clocks it immediately. Don't. I grab it anyway. I will throw myself out of this car. I hiss. I don't think you will. Try me. His eyes flick to me, just a flash. But there's something different there now. Less steel, more calculation. Like he's actually considering what I'll do. Like I'm not the soft, breakable heiress he expected. Then he eases off the gas, just slightly. If you're going to jump, at least take your shoes off first, he mutters. No point twisting an ankle before the assassin gets a clean shot. I almost laugh. I hate that I almost laugh. But I don't back down. Not an inch. Start talking, I snap. Or I swear, I will make you rue the day you laid a hand on me. He exhales like he's been holding it for a decade. I don't have time to earn your trust, Shaw, he says finally. So here's the version you'll get. Someone with power wants you erased, permanently. And if we stay in Geneva, you're dead before sunrise. I blink, heartbeat going uneven. You're serious. He doesn't answer, because he doesn't have to. I sit back, slow and stiff, feeling the seatbelt pull tight across my chest. Reese says nothing more. His eyes are back on the road, hands resting on the wheel like nothing he just told me matters more than the next curve in the pavement. But something inside me shifts, because this isn't a journalist leak or a PR scandal gone nuclear. This is a hit list. You said people are after me, I say carefully. Who? He doesn't answer right away. He adjusts the mirror, then accelerates. Another curve. Another breath he doesn't take. People who don't give warnings, he says finally. People who don't post rumors online. They operate in silence. And when they come for someone, they don't leave evidence behind. Great, cryptic assassin poetry. That helps a lot. He exhales through his nose. I think it might be a laugh, or the closest thing he allows. They're not after you because of who you are, he says. They're after you because of what you're connected to. And suddenly, it lands. This isn't about me. This is about my father. The Shaw name, the foundation, the global contracts, the off-the-books meetings I was never allowed to sit in on. Every time he told me, don't worry about it. Every time he said, let me handle it. Every unexplained deal cloaked in legacy and trust. The silence was never protection. It was insulation. And now the walls are gone. I fold my arms, staring out the window as the border approaches in the distance. Just a set of lights on a low-slung road with no one around to witness what's unraveling inside this car. I want to scream. I want to hit something. I want to call someone, but there's no one left to trust. So I do the one thing I've always done best. I start calculating. How far does it go? I ask. What? The corruption, the names, the deals, the things you think you're protecting me from. He's quiet for a beat too long. Far enough that your signature's worth killing over. I suck in a breath. A slow, tight inhale that tastes like metal and betrayal. He doesn't elaborate. He doesn't have to. I don't ask again, but I feel it now. This isn't just about survival. This is about truth, about power, about taking it back. And when this ends, because it will end, I won't be the one running anymore.
Chapter 6. Reese. The road stretches ahead in the dark, long and empty, and slick with mist. We've been driving for hours, and the silence between us is starting to feel like a third passenger. Sloane hasn't said a word in at least 30 minutes. Not since the last time she asked a question I refused to answer. She's folded into the passenger seat like a coiled wire. Perfect posture, arms crossed tight, legs crossed tighter, jaw clenched like she's keeping herself from screaming. She hasn't even bothered to turn on the overhead light to check her phone, which I know she's been dying to do. No reception, no signal, no connection to the world she used to run. I keep my eyes on the road, hands at 10 and 2. Expression unreadable. This is what I'm good at. Cold extraction, controlled environments, precision under pressure. Not this. Not someone like her in the seat beside me, sharp, simmering, dangerous in ways that have nothing to do with a gun. Every now and then I glance over, just long enough to see the rigid set of her mouth, the exhaustion fighting to pull down her shoulders, the anger keeping her upright. She's holding it together by force of will, and she's starting to realize I'm not going to make it easy for her. The first crack comes as we hit the Italian border. Nothing but empty road, no checkpoint, no lights, just fog and headlights and silence. "Where are we going?" she asks. Her voice is low, controlled, but I hear the strain underneath. "Somewhere safe," I reply. That's not an answer. It's the one you're getting. She turns her head to look at me fully now. I can feel her eyes like pressure on my skin. "Why Venice?" "Because they'll expect us to run farther." A pause. "Who's they?" I don't answer. She lets out a laugh, tight and bitter. "Right. Of course. You only answer in riddles and half sentences. I must have missed the part of the kidnapping where I got a choice. It wasn't a kidnapping. Sure felt like one. Her voice sharpens. Is this what you do? Snatch terrified women from blast sites, drive them into the night, and refuse to tell them who wants them dead? I grip the wheel tighter. She's not wrong, but she doesn't know what she's asking. I glance over. I'm not the one who signed the kill order. That shuts her up. Not because I've scared her, but because now she's really listening. And I can sense the shift in her posture, the calculation, the turn of her mind towards something deeper, darker, more dangerous than rage. She's not going to stay quiet for much longer. And when she starts pulling threads, she's going to unravel more than I'm ready to face. Venice greets us like a secret. Fog wraps the city in gauze, muting the canal lights and softening every sound but the hush of water. No tourists, no movement, just darkened alleys and half-lit bridges like broken ribs of a ghost city. We park the car and walk quietly toward the water. You've got to be kidding me, she says wryly. I can almost see her rolling her eyes in the dark. Venice is about 80% water. Unless you want to swim, follow me. We approach the water's edge where an unmarked, unmanned gondola awaits. We climb in, and I bark an order to sit down. She does so quietly, giving a small huff as she crosses her arms again and looks over her shoulder, her tense neck an indicator that she's starting to realize the gravity of her situation. I steer the boat along a narrow canal off the main arteries, the kind even the locals avoid after midnight. The palazzo looms into view, half-sunken, ivy-choked, with stone lions weathered into snarling blurs at the iron gate. It used to be a safe house. Technically, it still is. No cameras, no heat signature. A ghost on every agency's books. The code still works, of course it does. Thank God. The gate clicks open with a groan that sounds like it resents being remembered. I lead her through the overgrown garden to the side entrance, keying in a second code beneath a cracked stone cherub. The lock hisses open. Home sweet home, I mutter. Sloane steps inside and immediately freezes. The interior smells like stone and age and smoke that never quite cleared. She's dressed in too fine fabric for a place like this, and she looks around like she's just walked into the set of a gothic murder mystery. This is where we're staying? She asks flatly. Yes. She walks farther in, her heels tapping against the terracotta tile. Charming, she mutters. There's sarcasm in her voice, but not fear. And that tells me this woman is going to be a problem. She drops her bag on the nearest dust-covered sofa and spins to face me with her arms crossed. Tell me this is a temporary stop. I walk past her and begin disarming the fail-safes on the wall, motion sensors, jammers, dead cameras that can still be hardwired in an emergency. She follows me with her eyes. No answer again? She snaps. Is that your specialty? Intimidation through unearned silence? I glance at her over my shoulder. Would you prefer unearned honesty? Try me. The way she stands, posture sharp, chin tilted just so, makes it abundantly clear that she's not interested in protection. She wants answers. She wants power. She wants blood. I could lie. I could deflect, but it would be wasted. You're alive, I say instead. That's the only thing that matters right now. You've already used that line several times, she fires back. You really need new material. I move toward the stone hearth and light the lantern mounted to the wall. The room flickers to life in gold and shadow. She walks in a slow, deliberate circle, taking in the dust, the peeling paint, the faint outline of a long-gone rug in the middle of the floor. Her voice, when it comes, is quieter. Who lived here before? No one worth remembering. She looks at me then, eyes narrowed. Except you, right? I pause, just a heartbeat. Yes, I admit. And now I'm supposed to feel safe here? No, I say, you're supposed to survive here. There's a long silence. Then she turns, takes 2 steps toward the hallway and throws over her shoulder. Well, for what it's worth, you make a terrible host. I leave her to wander. There's nothing dangerous in the public rooms. No weapons out, no surveillance gear visible. Nothing to suggest this place used to hold secrets too heavy for anyone to carry for long. Still, I should have locked the back corridor. I'm in the side study, recalibrating the handheld jammers when I realize the footsteps have stopped. No creaking floors, no shifting furniture. Too quiet. I move fast. Silent through the main hall, past the rotting curtains and the arched entry. The door to the file room is cracked open. Just enough. Of course, she's inside. The air in the room is stale, paper and dust and cold stone floors. I rebuilt this place after the MI6 op went south. Converted it from a weapons cache into a ghost vault. Everything here should have been burned. But one box stayed. One file. I couldn't bring myself to torch it. And now I see her standing over it, her back to me, shoulders tight, posture carved from glass. She's holding a photograph in her hand. One I thought I buried deep enough. Bishop Shaw and Lady Imogen Calder, sitting together in a black and white still frame, mid-conversation, wine glasses in hand, smiling. A relic from the meeting that changed everything. Sloane turns slowly to face me, and there's something in her eyes I haven't seen before. It isn't fear. It isn't rage. It's grief. "How long?" she asks, voice low and cold. "Have they known each other?" I don't answer, because I know what that photo means to her, and I know that no version of the truth is going to undo it. Chapter 7. Reese. I leave before she can ask another question I don't want to answer. The stone hall stretches behind me, dark, silent, echoing with her footsteps that haven't followed. Good. She's still in that file room, still staring down ghosts. And maybe, if I'm lucky, she won't notice I'm gone. The door to the old servants' corridor opens with a soft push and a cold breath of damp Venetian air. Outside, the fog curls like smoke around the edge of the garden wall, making the canal lights flicker like dying stars. I step out onto the balcony, past the rusted lantern bolted into the masonry. No tourists, no witnesses, just water and stone, and enough night to vanish into. I crouch low beside the planter, reach under the rust-flaked grate, and twist the concealed latch built into the brick. One click. The encrypted comm relay lights up, a faint blue glow under the lantern's hood. I attach the jack to my receiver, pulse in my biometric signature, and wait. 3 tones. Then the line opens. Finn answers like he's been waiting the whole time. "Rise, my guy," he drawls. "Took you long enough. I've only been rerouting through 4 VPN masks while dodging 2 Swiss intelligence protocols and pretending my IP address is a church in southern Brazil." "Charming," I say. "You traced the memo?" He lets out a dramatic sigh. "Straight to business. You really know how to ruin a reunion." I say nothing. Just wait. He gets the hint. Okay, he mutters, tapping keys in the background. I sliced it apart. The memo that leaked. The one with her signature on it. Fake. Deep fake levels of manipulation. The signature's AI generated based on older docs I found buried in some old UN white paper. Metadata timestamps were added after the file was signed. Whoever did it knew what they were doing. High-level fingerprint replication. 5-layer encryption masquerading as internal data validation. Holy cow! And the server trail? Planted. Beautifully. Might have even bought it myself if I wasn't me. There's a pause. Then Finn adds, quieter this time. "She didn't sign that document, Reese. And she didn't authorize any of that surveillance tech. She's clean." I exhale through my nose. Not relief. Just confirmation. I already knew. But now it's real. Now it's actionable. Finn's voice drops low, all sarcasm burned off. "Reese, this was a professional setup. The memo, the metadata, the network trail, it's a frame job." "I figured. But you didn't know." I don't respond, not because he's wrong, because he's too right. She's been burned clean, he continues. Whoever did this wanted her reputation nuked before the kill order hit. Make it look justified, legal, corporate. So no one asks questions when she disappears, I say flatly. Finn exhales. Exactly. I close my eyes just for a second. The image of Sloane's face back in the file room flashes. Eyes sharp, throat tight, fingers wrapped around a photo like it could answer every question she didn't want to ask out loud. She thinks she's at the end of the map. She has no idea the page was rewritten beneath her feet. And now, I'm the one holding the compass. She needs to know, Finn says gently now. Like he knows the little part of me that doesn't speak often is screaming inside. No. You can't protect her and lie to her at the same time. Watch me. I sever the line without another word, jam the relay back into the housing, and rise slowly into the fog. The air is colder now. Or maybe I am. I cross the garden again. Quick. Quiet. My boots barely leave a sound on the moss-stained tiles. When I push open the door, the heat from the palazzo hits like a wall of memory, stone and age and the echo of footsteps I've erased. She's in the hallway, backlit by the lantern glow, framed by cracked plaster and shadow. Arms folded, barefoot, a long gray sweater draped over her blouse. Still angry, still stunning. Her eyes narrow the second she sees me. "Where were you?" she asks, checking perimeter integrity. "You're lying." I know. She stares at me like she wants to throw something. Maybe herself. There's a long beat of silence between us, thick with things we won't say, things we can't. Her chest rises slowly. Her lips part like she might push again. She doesn't. And somehow, that restraint hits harder than anything she could have said. Because I see it now, in the way she watches me. She doesn't trust me. But she wants to. And I don't know which part is more dangerous.
Chapter 8. Sloane. The knock is sharp. 2 raps. Not a request. When I open the door, there's a box on the floor. Black, matte, and tied with a silk ribbon that feels unnecessarily smug. I nudge it inside with the tip of my shoe and flip the lid. A gown, deep garnet red, like fresh blood on velvet. Strapless. Slit up the thigh. It gleams in the low light like it's already gotten away with murder. And on top of it, a black lace mask. And a note in Reese's neat, arrogant scrawl. Wear this. We leave at 2100 hours. No flats. My nostrils flare. I stalk down the hallway, gown in hand, until I find him standing in the kitchen, assembling a weapon case like he's picking out cufflinks. "You're joking," I snap, tossing the gown onto the table. He doesn't even look up. "Do I look like I joke? You want me to wear this?" "It's not for me. It's for the room we need access to." Why do I need a mask and 6-inch heels to access a room? He finally glances up, eyes flicking over the dress once, then back to me, unreadable. Because it's a masquerade. I stare at him. "A what?" "We're attending a gathering," he says calmly. "European elite. Private estate. There's a courier with a pendant we need to intercept." My brows lift. "A gathering? That's what we're calling it?" "It's a masquerade ball, Sloane. I didn't name it." I cross my arms. "And this pendant has what?" He meets my eyes now. "A key." "To what?" His jaw tightens. "Something called the Icarus file." The words are heavy. I feel the weight of them before I understand what they mean. "So let me guess," I say. "Icarus is the thing my name's tied to?" He doesn't answer, which is all the answer I need. The boat slices through the canal like a whisper made of steel and silk. The sky is gunmetal gray, the water black as ink. Fog rolls low across the surface, licking the hull in soft, cold ribbons. The palazzo appears suddenly. 3 stories of marble and glass lit from within, like a cathedral made of secrets. Every window glows gold. Every shadow moves like it knows you're watching. It's beautiful, and it's a trap. I step out of the boat in heels that could double as weapons and a gown that clings like it has secrets of its own. The mask hugs my cheekbones, delicate and dangerous. I don't feel like myself. I feel like someone with nothing left to lose. Reese waits at the end of the dock, already in full black tie. Tuxedo sharp enough to wound, mask elegant but severe. He looks like something out of a Bond film, but colder. He holds out his arm. I hesitate. Because this man dragged me across Europe, lied to me, and is still keeping things from me. But right now, he's the only shield I've got. So I take it. The music from inside floats out through the windows, strings and champagne and the laughter of people who think the world belongs to them. Reese leans in just enough so I can hear him. Smile. You're supposed to be having the time of your life. And I do. But only because I want them to never see me coming. The ballroom is dripping with decadence, gilded ceilings, crystal chandeliers the size of cars, masks everywhere, plumed, feathered, horned, veiled. Nothing about this place feels real. It's a stage, built for power games disguised as elegance. Everyone here is someone, or someone they're pretending to be. And Reese and I, we're pretending to belong. He slides through the crowd like he's done this 100 times, offering nods, tipping his glass just enough, keeping one hand at the small of my back. Too possessive to be casual, too careful to be personal. The hand burns through the satin. You're very good at this, I murmur without smiling. You learn when your life depends on it, he replies, scanning the crowd. Don't break character. What character am I supposed to be? Mine, he says, at least for tonight. That should make me shiver in disgust. Instead, it does something worse. The string quartet shifts into something slow, sweeping, seductive. The signal. The courier's entering, Reese says under his breath. We stay close, appear occupied, take the floor. Before I can object, his hand is already at my waist, guiding me toward the center of the ballroom, where bodies move like smoke in candlelight. He spins me in, clean, smooth, no room to argue, and suddenly I'm chest to chest with the man who's been driving me mad since Geneva. You can't be serious, I whisper. We're already being watched, he replies. Might as well make it look good. Our bodies align too easily. My dress shifts against his suit with every movement, the brush of his thigh against mine like a threat I can't deflect. His hand slides lower, firm, steady. It's not just for show. You're enjoying this, I murmur. No, he says. I'm focused. Same thing in your case. He doesn't argue, because I'm not wrong. I hate that I notice how good he smells. Clean linen, gunpowder, and whatever cologne says I kill people for a living, but I do it in style. The world spins, lights blur, his jaw flexes. Try not to stab anyone with your stilettos before I lift the pendant. You keep handling me like this, and someone's going to get stabbed, I mutter. Promises, promises, he says, dry and dark. And for a second, he smiles behind the mask. The most dangerous thing I've seen from him yet. And damn freaking sexy. From the edge of the dance floor, the signal flashes. A subtle nod from a contact across the room. The courier is in motion. A woman in a silver mask with a glass of champagne in one hand, and the pendant, a small Fabergé-style locket, hanging from her wrist like a charm. Reese leans in, breath warm against my temple. You see her? Silver mask, ivory gown. 10 o'clock. I nod. She looks like she owns the place. She doesn't, he murmurs. But the man behind her might. Stay close. The dance tightens. Our spin slows just enough for him to shift his position, timing it perfectly. One step forward, a pivot, a brush of his hand across the pendant's chain as she turns to greet another guest. Sleight of hand. No one notices. By the time we've completed another pass around the floor, the pendant is in his palm. He slips it beneath the lapel of his tux with practiced ease. Got it, he says softly. I exhale. That's it? That's everything, he replies, but there's something in his voice, something withheld. He's holding more than just the pendant. And I'm done pretending I don't feel it. We make our exit down the marble steps like a couple leaving early to do something scandalous. Reese's arm stays wrapped around my waist until we're in the boat again, the oarsman slicing us through silent canals under a canopy of stars and smoke. I pull off my mask first. I can't breathe in it anymore. My skin's flushed, my blood's electric, and I can still feel his hand pressed into my lower back like it belongs there. The silence stretches. You still haven't told me what Icarus is. He's quiet for a beat too long. You don't need to know yet? I turn my head sharply. The hell I don't. He's staring out at the water now, blank, focused, cold. When the time is right, you will. Why does it sound like you're deciding that? Because I am. The boat cuts through the fog like a knife. I sit back, jaw clenched, fists in my lap. He's protecting something. Maybe me, maybe not. And as the palazzo fades behind us and the pendant burns a hole through his jacket pocket, I realize I don't know which version terrifies me more.
Chapter 9. Reese. The boat is too quiet, not the vessel we're in. Ours hums with a discreet electric motor, barely louder than a whisper. But the city. The further we drift from the masquerade's dock, the more the silence swells around us like a tide. No laughter, no music, just the hush of water lapping against marble. And then I hear it. The second wake. It's faint, just a ripple of motion that doesn't belong to us. It comes from the far side of the canal, riding our tail like a ghost. Eyes forward, I tell the oarsman. My voice is calm, controlled. Then to Sloane, don't turn around. We're not alone. She tenses beside me. Doesn't flinch. Doesn't gasp. Just straightens like someone loading her own spine with steel. Is it Calder? She asks, voice low. I bet my life on it. I am betting her life on it. I nod once at the oarsman. Move. He kicks the engine. The boat surges forward, slicing through the mist like a blade. Behind us, the other wake sharpens. Bolder now. Faster. They've spotted her. They know. They're gaining, Sloane says, her hand tightening on the side rail. I risk a glance back. Black skiff. No lights. Low profile. One driver. One passenger. The second is masked, hunched low, and holding something small in their lap. A firearm. Silencer attached. This isn't surveillance. It's a hit. Hold on, I say. I shift the weight of my jacket to expose the compact smoke canister in the lining. Thumb on the trigger, eyes on the turn ahead. Sharp, narrow, stone walls on both sides. We have 10 seconds before they're on us. I pivot toward her without thinking. Her eyes lock with mine. Still. Alert. Ready. She doesn't need a warning. She is one. The canal narrows up ahead, flanked by ancient stone and wrought iron balconies. A low bridge cuts across the water like a guillotine. No room to turn, no cover. One shot could end this. Duck! I snap. Sloane drops instantly, folding down against the side of the boat. Smart. Fast. No wasted motion. The oarsman flinches, but he obeys. I pull the smoke canister from the lining of my jacket and drop it into the water like a stone. It hisses, pops, then erupts. A cloud of dense white fog billowing behind us like a curtain of war. The skiff vanishes inside it. A shot rings out, sharp, silenced, controlled. It misses by inches, shattering a gas lantern near the bridge. Glass rains down in golden shards. Sloane jerks up, eyes wide but not panicked. That was close, I finish. We cut hard left under the bridge, veer down a maintenance channel, narrow and pitch black. The engine hums low, scraping inches from the walls. I glance back. Nothing. They've lost us. For now. But it won't last. We don't go back out the front, I mutter. They'll have eyes on it. Then where? She says, already breathless. The tunnel beneath the safe house. You have a tunnel? Of course I have a tunnel. The moment we dock, I'm moving. Weapon holstered, exit path cleared. I hit the lock pad at the dock entrance and punch in the updated sequence. Sloane is right behind me, heels echoing like gunfire on stone. Inside, the palazzo feels too quiet. The silence hits harder than the chase did, the way a heart stops after sprinting. I secure the door, turn. She's standing in the entry hall like she's made of static electricity. Hair mussed, shoulders high, eyes blazing. You said no one would recognize me, she says, voice tight. I was wrong. You think that's good enough? It's what I've got. They shot at us. They missed. That's not the point. I run a hand down my face. I need her to calm down. I need myself to calm down. But she steps toward me. Close. Too close. Eyes locked. Breath sharp. Everything about this is falling apart, she says. And you're still acting like you're in control. I am in control, I lie. She lets out a sharp breath. Angry. Beautiful. You keep lying to me, she says. And I don't respond, because we both know she's right. The silence between us stretches, taut, buzzing. She's standing in front of me, furious and unyielding, cheeks flushed, chest rising and falling like she's still running. Her hair's a mess, her lipstick slightly smeared, and somehow she looks more beautiful, powerful than she did at the damn masquerade. And I want her, not later, not carefully, now. You keep lying to me, she says again, softer now. Closer. I should deflect. Walk away. Say something cold. But I don't. You keep surviving anyway, I murmur. Then I reach for her. Our mouths crash together. No hesitation, just heat. My hand tangles in her hair. Hers twist in my jacket and yank me closer like she's daring me to make it real. And God, it is. She tastes like wine and fire and control she's about to lose. Her hips press against mine. My grip tightens at her waist, pulling her in until there's nothing between us but the burn. This isn't a mistake. It's inevitable. I kiss her like I don't care about consequences. And for 30 glorious seconds, I don't. She's the one who pulls back first. Her lips are swollen. Her breathing's ragged. Her fingers are still gripping my lapel like she forgot how to let go. My own pulse is a hammer behind my ribs. We stare at each other, stunned, shaken, wrecked. If I speak, I'll say too much. If she does, I might not let her stop. This was a bad idea, she says, voice hoarse. Worse than the masquerade? Much. She turns before I can stop her, walks down the hall, disappearing into shadow with the grace of someone pretending they're not about to fall apart. I stay rooted in place, hands burning, mouth aching, heart caught in my throat. I've kissed 100 women in my line of work, for distraction, access, control, but this wasn't that. This was her. And now I know what it feels like to lose focus. Which means I just became my own biggest liability.
Chapter 10. Sloane. I don't sleep. Not because of the chase, or the near miss under the bridge, or the way the water still echoes through the bones of this house like it's trying to find a way in. No, I don't sleep because of him, because his hands were on my waist, because I kissed him back, because I tasted fire and betrayal and something I'm not ready to name but can't stop replaying. So I dress before sunrise, not for war, not for seduction, for answers. When I find him, he's exactly where I expected, standing at the counter like he's waiting to be activated, one hand wrapped around a chipped mug of black coffee, the other scrolling through secure feeds like the world isn't tilting sideways beneath us. Icarus, I say. No greeting, no warning. Tell me what it is. He doesn't flinch, doesn't speak. Just lowers the tablet and sets the coffee down like I've asked him to load a gun. Not now, he says. I step forward, close enough to remind him I'm not the girl he met in Geneva. Try again. A long silence stretches between us, tight and bristling. He studies me like he's looking for the fracture. I let him find it. Then he nods once, slow and reluctant. All right, he says. You want the truth? I'll show you. He disappears into the next room and returns with a black-coated tablet. Military issue, fingerprint encrypted. I know what it is before he speaks. Don't screenshot. Don't forward. You've got 5 minutes. He slides it across the table like it's a live grenade. I tap the screen. The message glows against the dark. No sender, no subject. Just strings of redacted headers and a timestamp marked 1 week before the leak. Then I see it. To Bishop Shaw. Icarus beta phase. Deployment authorization. My stomach knots. My pulse slows. I keep reading. AI surveillance. Behavioral prediction. Risk modeling. Neurological profiling. Data mining in unstable territories with lethal outcomes. The software doesn't just observe. It decides. Who's dangerous? Who's expendable? Who vanishes next? And at the bottom of the file is my name. A signature. A lie. But there it is. Clean, precise, surgically inserted. This is a hit list run through a corporate algorithm. I whisper. I look up slowly, throat tight. And you knew, I say. His expression doesn't change, which is how I know it's true. I push the tablet across the table, face down. My fingers feel like they don't belong to me. I've read every line. I've seen my name, my signature. I've watched myself become the scapegoat for something I didn't create but was built in my name. So you knew, I say again. Reese stands still, watching me like a man trained to absorb explosions. He doesn't answer, doesn't lie, just lets the silence confirm what I already know. You didn't just protect me, I whisper. You protected the truth. His jaw tightens. Barely, but I see it. You kept me in the dark. Let me think I was crazy. Let me think this was about optics, a scandal, a smear campaign. Still nothing. And all this time, you knew they were using me to clean up their mess. He finally speaks. If I told you everything up front, you'd be dead. I flinch, just slightly. Don't pretend that was about keeping me alive, I shoot back. It was about control. You don't protect people. You manage them. That lands. For a moment, neither of us breathes. I should walk away, but something stops me. Maybe I want to believe there's a line he won't cross. Is that what I am to you? I ask, quieter now. Just another job to manage? He doesn't answer, and that answers everything. I leave the room, not because I'm done, because I need air. Stillness. Something that isn't him, but I don't go far. I pause just down the hall, one hand against the wall. The stones cool against my palm. My breath still isn't steady. That's when I hear it. Soft chime, barely audible. A message on his encrypted line. I lean in. One line, cold, brutal. Course correct. Permanent if necessary. I see. My breath catches. I wait for his response. Expect to hear movement, a reply, maybe anger, maybe resistance. But all I hear is silence. Then the soft click of deletion. That's it. No reaction, no warning, no commentary. He just erases it. And that, somehow, feels worse than if he'd acknowledged it out loud. Because I know what it means. I know who I see is. I know that I just became optional. And I know that Reese didn't defend me. He didn't stop the order. He just deleted it. I walk away before he realizes I heard it. Because if I look at him now, I won't be able to hide the fact that something inside me has gone very, very still. And I've learned to be most dangerous when I'm quiet. Chapter 11. Sloane. The rain starts just after noon, soft at first, a whisper against the windows, then heavier, more insistent, like the skies finally decided to grieve everything I haven't had time to. Reese hasn't uttered a word since last night. He's buried in the study again, bent over case files and satellite feeds like they're holy scripture. He hasn't looked at me once. Not after the kiss. Not after the silence that followed it. Fine. If he won't give me answers, I'll find them myself. I start in the kitchen, pretending to search for tea. It's quiet here. Too quiet. The hum of the fridge is the loudest thing in the room. I open the cabinet above the sink, the one he uses the least. It's full of decoy items. Sealed tins with expired labels, dusty cans of beans, 2 bottles of wine older than me. Nothing useful. But I'm not looking for food. I'm looking for ghosts. I make my way through the rest of the house, slow and deliberate. He hasn't restricted me, not officially, but there are spaces that hum with his fingerprints. Places I know he doesn't want me in. I go there anyway. The safe house is curated, cold but lived in. Every piece of furniture is functional, every item deliberate. But I've learned something these past few days. Even the most meticulous people forget to hide the things they think no one will look for. A small hallway leads to what must have once been servant quarters. Narrow, with a slight downward slant, the kind of place that exists between blueprints. I trail my fingers along the walls, following the faint vibration of thunder overhead, the drip, drip, drip of water through ancient gutters. I turn into the last room at the end of the hall. It smells like stone and dust, and paper that's too old to read. One bulb dangles from the ceiling, flickering. The furniture here is simpler, wooden, utilitarian. There's a narrow cot pushed against the wall, a cracked basin, and a low dresser with warped drawers. Nothing about it stands out. Until I step closer and feel it. A shift beneath my foot. Subtle, but undeniable. I stop, step back, try again. A hollow thunk. Bingo. My pulse spikes, not with fear, but something sharper. I drop down to my knees, pressing my fingers along the edge of the floorboard. The wood's old, but one piece feels different, not worn, newer, carefully reset. I slide my nails under the seam, gently pry, it lifts, click. And there it is, hidden beneath a false plank, resting in a recess no bigger than a shoebox. A matte black lockbox with no label, no dust, no mistakes. Whatever's inside, someone wanted it close, but not seen. And in that moment, I know, without a shadow of doubt, that I'm about to find something that will change everything. I pull the lockbox free with both hands. It's heavier than it looks, like it's holding something it was never meant to carry. A secret with bones. There's no keyhole, just a pressure latch. I expect resistance, but it clicks open easily, like it's been waiting for me. Inside, folders. Thin, labeled in shorthand I can't immediately decode. A flash drive tucked into the side, and under it, glossy prints bound with a thin black ribbon. I slip the photos free. The first image is grainy. Rooftop surveillance of a woman stepping into a car, hair tucked under a scarf, face obscured. The next is sharper. A woman in a dark coat, head down, entering a narrow alley in what looks like Prague. Sunglasses, gloves, blonde hair caught in the wind. There's something about her posture, her gait. My stomach coils. I flip to the next photo. My breath catches. And then I see it. Her face. My mother. Frozen mid-step, turning slightly toward the lens. Eyes wide, caught off guard. It's her. Alive. Not a look-alike. Not someone who resembles her. Her. I feel the blood drain from my face. The timestamp. 2 years ago. 2 years. After she died. I sit back, numb. My hands shake, but I can't let go of the picture. Every memory fractures. Every certainty unravels. My mother, eulogized, buried, mourned, wasn't gone. She was hidden, and someone knew. Maybe Reese, definitely my father, and now, me. I don't remember walking into the study, only that Reese looks up the moment I cross the threshold. His expression shifts the instant he sees the folder in my hands. First surprise, then dread, then that awful neutral face he puts on when he's deciding what to say without saying anything at all. "Where did you find that?" he asks. "Under your floorboards." "That box isn't yours?" I step closer. I'm not shaking anymore. "That woman is my mother." The air between us changes. Not tense, not yet, but loaded. He hesitates, and that's enough. "You knew," I say, quiet but deadly. "You knew she was alive." "Sloane, don't lie to me, not this time." "I didn't know for sure," he says carefully. "I couldn't confirm the photos. I didn't have location follow-ups. And I wasn't about to give you hope if I couldn't." "Hope?" I bark out a laugh. "This isn't about hope. This is about the fact that everyone keeps rewriting my life like I'm not even in it." He moves then, fast, focused, toward the wall panel, toward the hidden controls. "What are you doing?" I ask. He doesn't answer. He's pulling files, triggering emergency sequences. Lights start to dim, screens flicker. His voice is clipped. All still now. "We have to leave, immediately." "Why?" I demand. "Because I know something I wasn't supposed to find. Because if you found that..." He grabs a bag. "We're not alone in this house anymore."
Chapter 12. Reese. The moment I trigger the silent evac protocol, the interface hesitates. That's all it takes to confirm what I already know. We're compromised. The satellite feed doesn't sync. Comms pulse red instead of green. And the backdoor ferry line, the one I rigged myself through a private contractor in Corfu. Offline. My hand tightens around the tablet. I feel it, not fear, not yet. Urgency, cold and fast. I turn. Sloane is standing in the doorway, wrapped in a dark jacket I didn't hand her. She found it herself. Good. She's learning. "How fast do we need to move?" she asks, voice clipped, but even. "Now." I cross the room in 4 steps, open the wall panel behind the hanging mirror, and rip out the go bag. Strip down passports, burner comms, glucose packs, and a Glock with no serial. I toss her a secondary pack and a pair of gloves. She doesn't flinch, doesn't ask questions, but she's still holding the file, the one with the photo of her mother. She doesn't let it go. "We have 5 minutes, I tell her. Anything not on your body gets left behind." "Noted," she says flatly. The weight of her voice doesn't match her size. She's coiled now, controlled, dangerous. I should be more worried than I am about that. We descend into the tunnel in silence. The floor groans beneath our boots, old stone, reinforced with steel that doesn't quite match the architecture. A maintenance hallway for the dead. The light in my hand flickers across graffiti in half a dozen languages. Some of it mine, some of it older. I sweep the beam in tight arcs, clearing corners without thought. I've done this too many times to count, but never with someone like her behind me. Her footsteps are soft, precise. She's keeping pace like she's been here before. "Why burn the dock?" she asks suddenly. Her voice echoes off the stone. "It's not just to flush us out, is it?" "No," I reply. "It's to box us in, force us to the water, so they know how we escape. They think they do." She exhales, sharp, almost a laugh. "How comforting." We reach the service gate at the end of the tunnel. I place my palm against the sensor. The panel hesitates just a beat, and then unlocks with a mechanical hiss. I don't like how long that took. Not at all. We hit the lower dock exit just before the sky turns orange. At first, I think it's just a reflection. Sunlight hitting the water wrong through the fog. Then I smell it. Smoke. Not the quiet low burn of damp wood or cigarette ash. This is chemical. Accelerant-driven. Meant to spread. "Back," I growl. But Sloane's already stepping to my side, not behind me. We round the corner of the final passage and stop cold. The dock is already burning. Flames lick up from the slats, curling beneath the escape skiff I secured hours ago. The fuel line is compromised, my fallback plan reduced to scrap and firelight. "Damn," I mutter, pulling Sloane back behind the half-collapsed stone column. The heat pulses against us like a heartbeat. The fire's spreading fast, too fast. There's no way it caught by accident. No delay, no natural progression. This was timed. "How the hell did they get this close?" Sloane demands, breath hot against my ear. "They didn't need to, they watched. So they knew where we'd run. Of course they did. Then why are we still here?" I look at her, really look. She's soaked from the canal spray, face flushed with heat and fury, hands clenched, ready to fight. And for one brutal second, I want to let her. I want to step back and let her burn the world down, but I can't. Because if we fight now, we die. And if we run, we live. She stares at me, jaw tight. "Coward's choice." "Strategist's call." We hold eye contact. The flames crackle behind her like applause. And then we move. I lead her down a narrow stairwell carved into the seawall, a maintenance dock built during the war, long before fire suppression systems existed. The air is thick, low with heat. The water laps black and angry below. "Where are we going?" she asks. "Plan C." "We had a plan C." "You didn't." A maintenance skiff waits beneath the stairs, half submerged, hidden by algae and shadow, untouched. I cut the mooring rope with a single swipe of my blade and give her a look. She doesn't hesitate. We jump. The boat rocks hard, slamming into the canal's edge. Water crashes over the side, drenching us both. She coughs. I grab the edge of the rudder. The engine hums to life, quiet and quick. And just like that, we're gone. But the dock behind us is still burning. So is the file with her mother's photo. So is every lie I haven't told her. "Do you ever get tired of this?" she asks, half breathless. "Of what?" "Running, lying, watching everything burn behind you." I stare ahead into the dark veins of Venice. "Only when I forget what's ahead." "And what's ahead now?" I don't answer, because I don't know. We clear the last bridge and slide into deeper water, out of sight from the burning dock, wrapped in a fog thick enough to choke on. Sloane is across from me in the skiff, soaked, hair plastered to her jaw, shoulders squared like armor. She hasn't said a word in 5 minutes. I keep my hands on the rudder, my eyes on the water. But I feel her watching me, like she's building the case against me in real time. "Tell me," she says suddenly. I glance over. "Tell you what?" "The truth." Her voice is calm, too calm. About Icarus, about my father, about my mother, about what the hell I've been dragged into. I've already told you more than I should. Then tell me the rest. It's not that simple. She leans forward, eyes burning in the dark. Then make it simple, Reese. What the hell am I really caught in? I slow the skiff to a drift, reach into the inner pocket of my coat, the folder I didn't want to open, the one that's been digging into my ribs since we fled the safe house. I hand it to her. She opens it. Photos, charts, snippets of classified communications. Sloane skims, absorbing every detail with terrifying speed. This is what I know, I say quietly. Icarus was never just surveillance. It's behavioral modeling, predictive targeting, AI-assisted execution. And my name signed off on it. Because they needed a face, a legacy. Someone smart enough to be credible, visible enough to be believed, and just expendable enough to vanish. She blinks once. And my mother? I hesitate. Just a second, she sees it. Say it. She wasn't collateral, I say. She was part of the insulation. She knew something, too much, maybe. They moved her, removed her, protected or erased, I still don't know. And my father? He let it happen. Sloane exhales sharply, but there's no sound after. Just the wind against the water. She closes the file. Is that everything? I want to say yes, but I don't. It's everything for now. Her jaw tightens. She nods once, then looks me dead in the eye. If I find out you're still lying to me, you won't have to. No, she says, but you'll wish I hadn't.
Chapter 13. Sloane. The motel looks like it hasn't seen a renovation since the Cold War. Crumbling stone walls. A chipped sign with half the letters burned out. One room key handed to Reese with no questions asked and no eye contact made. Not that I blame the clerk. Reese doesn't exactly invite conversation. The room itself is smaller than the safe house pantry. One queen-sized bed, a dresser that leans slightly to the left, a single chair in the corner like it's being punished, and a bathroom that might have been cleaned this decade. Maybe. I step inside, soaked and half muddied, and toss the folder onto the dresser. There's only one bed, I say without looking at him. I'll take the floor. He says it like it's already settled, like we're not going to fight about it. Don't be stupid, I mutter, pulling off my jacket. He doesn't argue. Of course he doesn't. He just walks to the far corner, scans the windows, the door, then the space between us like he's calculating blast radius. It's always like this with him. Measured. Tactical. Just enough presence to remind me I'm not alone. Just enough distance to make sure I don't forget I'm on my own. I grab a towel from the bathroom shelf and start drying my arms, biting back the dozen things I want to say. The silence stretches, and then the lights cut out. It's instant. No flicker, no warning, just total black. I stop mid-step, towel clenched in one hand. Seriously, I mutter. The power to. Across the room, I hear Reese shift, calm, controlled. Generators out. Coincidence? Nothing's coincidence anymore. Figures. I sit on the bed, squinting into the dark. A match flares across the room. One clean strike, no hesitation. The light sparks, then blooms, and a candle flickers to life on the desk. He found it fast. Too fast. Please tell me you didn't plant candles in our safe motel, I say dryly. I come prepared. You come with secrets and emergency ambiance. Got it. The candlelight paints him in gold and shadow, and for a second I forget how much I hate him right now. Because in that light, he looks less like a weapon, more like a delicious warning, and the room feels smaller than it did 10 seconds ago. The room's too quiet. The candle's flame dances, casting long shadows across cracked plaster. Reese stands with one hand braced against the wall, his face unreadable in the low light. And I've had enough of pretending this is normal. "You still haven't told me everything?" I say, the words low and sharp. He doesn't look at me. Neither have you. I'm not the one with encrypted files and a kill order on speed dial. You're the one whose father built a digital god and buried your name at the altar. That hits. I feel it settle deep in my chest like a stone thrown through stained glass. I stand up. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Deflect? You do it every time I get close. Every time I ask something that makes you flinch." "I don't flinch." "You lie." He finally turns. The candlelight catches the edge of his jaw, his mouth tight, eyes unreadable. "You think I want this?" he says, voice low and dangerous. "This?" I take a step forward. The running? The lies? The fact that I'm supposed to trust you while you treat me like a ticking bomb? No. He steps forward too. This. He gestures between us. An invisible line drawn in candle smoke, and tension so thick I could choke on it. The part where I can't think straight when you're in the room. The part where every time I look at you, I forget this is a job. My breath catches. "Then why haven't you done anything about it?" I whisper. "Because I can't afford to want you. Maybe I can't afford not to be wanted." There it is. The moment we should step back, but don't. He moves closer now, close enough that I feel the heat of him. I can smell the smoke in his clothes and the adrenaline still bleeding off his skin. "You're a liability," he says, almost to himself. "Then why are you still here?" The silence between us cracks, and everything we've been trying not to say suddenly feels like it's been screaming the whole time. I take a step forward. He doesn't move. "What exactly are you afraid of, Reese?" "That if I touch you," he breathes, "I won't stop." My pulse hammers. And still, I don't stop either. His breath fans against my skin. My heart feels like it's trying to claw its way out of my chest. "If I touch you," he says again, voice raw, "I won't stop." I swallow hard. "Then touch me." It's not a dare. It's not a plea. It's a surrender. And he takes it. His mouth claims mine, and the world blurs. There's nothing careful about it. No hesitation. No soft, tentative lead-in. Just heat and hunger and sexual tension breaking all at once. I gasp, and he swallows it, pulling me closer, pressing me back until I'm flush against the wall. His hands are on my waist, my thighs, my jaw, like he can't figure out what to touch first, like he wants everything. My fingers dig into his jacket, yanking him tighter. I feel his groan vibrate in his chest before I hear it. We shouldn't be doing this. We both know it. And neither of us cares. His tongue slides against mine and I melt, arching into him, my leg hooking around his hip like instinct. Buttons slip. Fingers drag across skin. Heat. Friction. Breathless gasps between kisses that feel like confessions. And then he stops. Just like that. One hand fists in my shirt. The other braces on the wall beside my head. His forehead touches mine, breath ragged, lips hovering just above mine. "We can't," he whispers. "I know," I whisper back. But my voice cracks, because I don't want him to stop. And I think he doesn't either. We separate slowly, like stepping out of a dream neither of us wants to wake from. He steps back, one pace, then another. And suddenly, the space between us feels wider than a war zone. He turns his back to me, dragging a hand down his face. I sink onto the bed, heart pounding, lips bruised, skin electric. The candle flickers in the silence, and all I can think is, what the hell is this man doing to me?
Chapter 14. Reese. She's still asleep somehow. After the fire, after the chase. After the kiss, I should never have let happen. After everything, she's curled up under a thin blanket in this godforsaken motel room, breathing evenly, completely still. I watch her lacing my boots in slow, silent motions. Her hands tucked near her mouth. Her lashes shift slightly, like she's dreaming. Probably about killing me. And I wouldn't blame her. Last night shouldn't have happened. But I kissed her anyway. I let myself want. I let myself slip. And that's how people die in this line of work. I shrug into my jacket, keeping the zipper low to avoid the sound. My go-bag is already packed. Tactical gear, burner phones, emergency currency. I slide the extra sidearm into my belt. Everything that matters is in the bag. Everything I can't afford to lose is in the bed behind me. I glance at her one last time before slipping out the door. She doesn't stir. Good. Because I'm not just leaving to make a call. I'm leaving to buy time I don't have. The motel hallway is damp with mildew and silence. The emergency exit sticks like hell, but I pry it open without waking the sleeping tourist upstairs. I wind down the rear stairwell, past the old boiler and through the rusting service door into the sublevel I commissioned years ago. A single bulb swings above me, low and yellow, more suggestion than light. The concrete's cold under my boots. No windows, no wires, no eyes. I unlock the briefcase. Biometric confirmation, voice pattern recognition, encrypted pairing sequence. Done in under 10 seconds. The interface glows blue. I input the code. Dead drop 8. Recipient Dorn. It rings twice, then clicks open. Reese, Dorn says, like he's been waiting. Tell me you're not still in Italy. I'm not planning on dying here, I reply. You'll forgive me if I'm not comforted. Is the girl alive? Dorn asks, skipping pleasantries like always. More than I can say for the people chasing her. He exhales into the line. It's not relief. It's calculation. I've got a corridor through Munich, quiet, fast, off-grid. Berlin meet, East Quarter, same vault we used in 17. Will she be safe there? For most things. Not all. That's not good enough. You're out of good enough, mate. I press 2 fingers to the bridge of my nose, close my eyes for a second. Berlin is dangerous, but it's a familiar kind of dangerous. I know the exits, the blind spots. I know who to bribe, who to break. Fine, I say. Berlin, 6 hours. Make it 4. Not possible. Then make it suicidal. Either way, get moving. A pause crackles through the line. Then Dorn's voice shifts, lower, heavier. Listen to me, Reese. You're lit up. Intel says you've been flagged by 2 independent syndicates. Calder's backup is already deployed. They're not just watching, they're positioning. Positioning for what? Permanent correction. On whose order? Take a guess. My jaw tightens. Imogen. You stepped out of her chain of command, disappeared with a high-value target, and leaked intel to a third-party contact. She's not sending you reinforcements. She's sending a cleanup crew. How many? More than one. Less than a funeral. I breathe through the fury. It tastes like metal on my tongue. Hers or mine? Yours. If you don't pull your head out of your buttocks and move. Another pause. Dorn's voice drops 1 notch lower. This girl, Sloane, she means something to you. She's an asset. That's not what I asked. I don't answer, because whatever I say, Dorn will hear it in my silence. He always has. He doesn't push. Just says, quieter now. You've got a window, use it. And disconnects. No goodbye. No confirmation. Just the end of the line. And the beginning of the countdown. I shut the case. The silence in the sublevel feels heavier now. Denser. The fluorescent bulb overhead flickers once, then steadies. The only sound is my own breath and the distant groan of pipes somewhere above. This place always smelled like cold iron and concrete rot, but now it smells like time running out. Imogen's activated backup. Dorn's voice is still in my head. Scorched earth. I used to know how to play this game. Rules, objectives, calculated sacrifices. But Sloane's not part of that equation anymore. She's not a mission. She's a choice I already made. And I don't know if I can walk away from her, even if it's the smart thing to do. I take the stairs 2 at a time, slipping past the boiler and into the back hallway. A cat yowls from under a stairwell. A storm's coming. Literal or metaphorical, I'm not sure. But I feel it. The air is charged. I pause outside the room, hand on the doorknob. The metal's cool. My fingers clench around it, not from nerves, from habit. From knowing what's waiting inside isn't just a woman anymore. It's a tipping point. She's awake when I step in, sitting on the bed, knees pulled up, that same damn file still next to her like a silent witness. Her hair's a mess. Her shirt's wrinkled. Her expression is unreadable, except for the way her eyes pin me the second I close the door. Where did you go? No accusation. Just observation. That's worse. Didn't think you'd wake up. You thought wrong. She says it softly, but there's iron behind it. She already knows I left to do something covert. She doesn't trust that I did it for her. She's not asking me to confess. She's measuring me. And maybe that's what scares me most. Berlin, I say, keeping my voice even. We leave in an hour. What's waiting there? A chance. At what? Staying alive. A long pause stretches between us. She doesn't speak, doesn't nod. She just watches me, like she knows I'm already wondering what the hell I'll do if that chance isn't enough. Chapter 15. Reese. The train hums beneath us like it's trying to pretend we're not being hunted. We're in a first-class compartment, but it's outdated. Leather seats cracked at the seams, privacy divider stuck halfway open, power ports half dead. Sloane sits across from me, legs folded, earbuds in. She's staring out the window like she's watching the world burn at a distance. I don't blame her. I slide the encrypted comm from my coat pocket and pair it to the old world train Wi-Fi with a sequence I designed in 2016 and never got around to disabling. The signal's weak. The connection is dirty. But it's just enough. Finn, come in, I say quietly, fingers tapping in rhythm against the screen. Static. Then a click, followed by a very awake, very irritated British drawl. You're calling me from a train? Finn says. Mate, are you in a Bond film or just incredibly reckless before breakfast? I'm out of time. That's never stopped you before. I need the Venice drive decrypted, now. His tone changes instantly. Flippant to focused, like flipping a switch only he and I know exists. You really want what's on here? No, do it anyway. All right then, let's play. How bad could it be? Part 57. I shift in my seat, scanning the car. 2 older couples. 1 businessman half asleep, no one paying us any attention. Sloane glances at me. Doesn't say anything. She knows I'm working. She just doesn't know on what. Yet. The comm unit pings twice. Then Finn's voice cuts back in. Cleaner now, lower. Got it. You were right to flag it. Icarus Beta. Encrypted at 3 levels. Someone really didn't want this version floating around. Someone like Imogen? More like someone higher. This wasn't her op, Reese. She's a hand. The file came from the brain. Names. Bishop Shaw, Imogen Calder, Provident Defense Solutions. I go still. Provident. You're certain? I ask. Contract is buried deep, but yeah, they're in this. And they're not just building systems, mate. They're supplying black site facilities. One of them tagged with an AI-enabled drone management overlay. Meaning? Meaning the software your girl's daddy signed off on wasn't just watching people. It was hunting them. The words sit like lead in my throat. Outside the window, the countryside blurs past in greens and golds. Beautiful, forgettable, deadly. I glance back at Sloane. She's still staring out the window, but I know her well enough now to see it in her posture. She's listening, and she's about to hear something I never wanted her to see. I don't invite her over, but she comes anyway. Sloane slides out of her seat like she's moving through a courtroom, not a train car, calm, steady, dangerous in her focus. She leans in beside me, shoulder brushing mine, hair falling across her cheek. Her eyes lock on the tablet screen. "Is that it?" she asks, already knowing the answer. I tilt it toward her. She doesn't hesitate. Her finger scrolls, her mouth tightening with every line. She absorbs the data faster than most analysts I've worked with. She's not just reading. She's connecting dots. She's building a timeline, even as her pulse ticks louder in the space between us. "Tell me this isn't real," she says quietly. "It's real. You've seen this before. I've seen pieces, never the full file." She keeps scrolling, fast. Then suddenly, she stops, zooms in. I already know what she's looking at. I don't need to see the section. I can feel the shift in her breath, the stillness in her spine, that moment just before the storm breaks. "Why's your name in this memo?" she asks. I keep my voice low, flat. "It's a reference signature, logistics liaison, nothing more. It says you were part of the oversight team, not the targeting team. I didn't approve execution orders." "But you were there." "Sloane, don't." Her voice cracks just enough to cut deep. "You worked on this. You helped build the thing that used to destroy everything I knew. I didn't know the full scope." "Nonsense." She turns her face toward me then, really turns, and I see something new in her expression. Not just betrayal, grief. And that makes it hard to breathe. "You should have told me," she says. She's not shouting, not accusing. She's done with that. "It's worse. You should have told me from the start, before Berlin, before Geneva, before any of this." "And what would that have changed?" I ask, voice low, trying to keep it steady. "Everything. No. It would have made you hate me faster." She stares at me, like she's trying to reconcile the man in front of her with the name on that file. "And now I just hate you slowly." Her voice breaks mid-sentence, and for a moment I can't speak. Not because I'm ashamed, not because she's wrong, because she's right. I should have told her. The truth is, I saw my name in that file years ago and buried it deep, because it was cleaner to pretend it wasn't real. Because I was doing what I was trained to do. Compartmentalize, rationalize, survive. But she's not a mission, and I'm not surviving this. "Sloane," she stands, puts 2 feet of distance between us that feels like a battlefield. "You want me to trust you, Reese? Then stop treating me like a problem to solve. I'm trying to keep you alive, and I'm trying to live. There's a difference." She turns away, back to her seat, her profile sharp in the light from the window. Her hands are shaking now, but she hides them in her lap. She doesn't look at me again for the rest of the ride, and I don't blame her. Because I've been telling myself for weeks that I can control this. Control the mission. Control the fallout. Control her. But the truth is, she's already halfway out the door. And I'm still sitting here with blood on my hands and her name echoing in my chest.
Chapter 16. Sloane. The Hotel Eden doesn't look like a safe house. It looks like the kind of place where diplomats have affairs and disappear behind heavy velvet drapes. The stone exterior is quiet, elegant, faceless. The lobby smells like old wood polish and something expensive I can't name. It's beautiful, and I don't trust a single inch of it. Reese guides me through the revolving door like we belong here, his hand low on my back. Possessive, protective, convincing. I should pull away. I don't. The woman behind the desk glances up, smiles, and greets us without hesitation. "Mr. and Mrs. Thorne," she says smoothly, like she's said it a dozen times before. "Welcome back." I blink. Back? Reese doesn't flinch, just smiles that faint, dangerous smile of his and replies in flawless German. Something polite, something that makes me feel like I've missed a step. "Danke," he says. "We'll need extra privacy this time." Extra privacy. I swallow hard and follow him to the elevator, saying nothing. Because if I open my mouth right now, I might ask who else he's played pretend husband with in this place. The suite is ridiculous. 2 floors, high ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows with blackout controls, marble everything, a discreet minibar, a fireplace, a single king-sized bed with crisp white linens and a scattering of red rose petals. "You booked the honeymoon suite," I say flatly, standing in the doorway like I've walked into a trap. "Technically the only suite with a biometric panic room and direct access to the tunnel network," he replies, already dropping the bags and scanning the room for surveillance. "You didn't answer the question. You won't like the answer." That tells me everything I need to know. My throat tightens, but I don't let it show. "So, what's our story?" I ask, stepping inside. "How do 2 people like us end up here with no questions asked?" "Newlyweds, tech investor, and a gallery curator. You handle acquisitions. I build silent empires. We're madly in love, reclusive, and obsessed with each other." He looks up from the dresser drawer, one brow raised. "Think you can sell that?" I meet his gaze head on. "Try me." I change in the bathroom, more for the illusion of control than modesty. When I come out, the room feels smaller. He's taken off his jacket and boots, stripped down to a black t-shirt and dark jeans. He's barefoot, which shouldn't affect me, but somehow it does. Like seeing a weapon left on a windowsill. He's sitting on the bed, back slightly hunched, fingers moving with mechanical precision as he assembles a burner phone from pieces laid out on the nightstand. It's quiet. The kind of quiet that hums with everything neither of us is saying. I tell myself not to look at him, but I do. The muscles in his arms shift with each movement. There's a small scar on his forearm, another just under his collarbone. Marks of a life lived in shadows, and a reminder that I don't know half the story he's been living. I want to ask about them. I don't. He doesn't look up as I walk past him toward the minibar, but I see it. The slight tightening of his shoulders. The way his eyes flick toward my reflection in the window, just for a second. He's watching. He's always watching. And I hate that part of me wants him to. I sit down, my own shoulders tight, facing the window. The city skyline glows beneath a mist of low fog, neon signs humming, traffic gliding silently through the veins of a city that's seen more secrets than I ever will. "You trust this place?" I ask without turning. I trust the people who owe me favors not to blow it up. "And if Imogen finds us?" "Then we improvise." "You mean run?" "I mean survive." I turn to look at him. He meets my gaze head on, and it hits me. He's not being dramatic. He's being honest. Brutally. "You're angry," he says after a beat. "I'm grieving." For what? For everything I thought I understood. For the version of you I let myself believe in. That lands. I can see it in the tight pull of his jaw, the way he looks away like he's afraid of what might come next. And part of me wants to push him, and part of me wants to hold him. But mostly I want to know what it means that even now, especially now, I still want him. We don't talk for a long time. We move around each other like magnets circling, careful not to touch but never too far apart. I eat a few bites of room service salad. He drinks half a glass of scotch. We both pretend to be busy. I scroll through the decrypted contract again, Shaw, Calder, Provident Defense. Reading the same paragraphs over and over, but none of it makes sense. Because all I can feel is him. In the room, in my blood. I look up and catch his reflection in the window. He's watching me again. You didn't answer me earlier, I say softly, setting the tablet down. Why didn't you tell me your name was in the file? He doesn't look away. Because I told myself it didn't matter. You signed off on surveillance contracts, Reese, on predictive targeting. You had to know what it would become. His jaw tightens. I told myself I was doing my job. And now? He hesitates, just for a beat. Now I'm trying to undo it. My throat tightens. The words hit deeper than they should. Why? He steps closer, slow, measured. Because I don't want you to be another thing I helped destroy. I stand. I'm not sure why. Maybe to close the distance. Maybe to challenge him. Maybe because if I stay seated a second longer, I'll say something I can't take back. We're inches apart now. The air between us crackles, thick with everything we shouldn't want but do. This doesn't change anything, I whisper. His voice is quiet, rough. It already has. He reaches toward me, slow, like I'm something breakable, and brushes a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers graze my cheek. I don't move. Not away. Not anymore. I can't. His touch ignites something primal, something I've been denying for too long. I don't think, I just act. My hands grab at his shirt, pulling him closer until our lips crash together. It's not gentle. It's raw, urgent, desperate. His mouth is hot against mine, his tongue searing, and I give as good as I get. You've been thinking about this, he murmurs against my lips, his voice low and rough, his hands already working on my shirt buttons. Shut up, I breathe, tugging his t-shirt over his head. My fingers trace the scars on his chest, and he shudders under my touch. He cuts me off with another kiss, his hands skimming down my ribs, pushing the fabric off my shoulders. My shirt pools on the floor, and I'm left in nothing but my bra and jeans. His eyes burn as they rake over me, and I feel exposed, vulnerable, alive. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I collapse against his chest, heart pounding, skin slick with sweat. His arms wrap around me, pulling me closer, and for a moment, just a moment, I let myself feel safe, protected, like nothing outside this room can touch us. It's a dangerous illusion. Well, I murmur against his skin. That happened. His chest rumbles with quiet laughter beneath my cheek. That's one way to put it. His fingers trace idle patterns on my spine, and I fight the urge to arch into his touch like a cat, to demand more, to forget everything but this, us, and the way our bodies fit together. But reality creeps in anyway, cold and unforgiving. I lift my head, resting my chin on my hand to look at him. His eyes are softer now, guard down. For how long, I wonder? This doesn't fix anything, I say, the words catching in my throat. I know. His hand still's on my back. I wasn't trying to. Weren't you? He studies my face for a long moment. Maybe I was trying to forget. Just for a while. I can't argue with that, because wasn't I doing the same thing? Using his body, his touch, to drown out the fear, the betrayal, the knowledge that tomorrow might be the last day either of us breathes. We could die tomorrow, I whisper. We could. His hand slides up to cup my face, Does that scare you? Not as much as this does. I gesture between us at our tangled limbs and the intimacy we've created. This is complicated. I nod. Complicated, dangerous. Most good things are. His thumb brushes my lower lip, and I resist the urge to bite it. To start this all over again. Are we a good thing, Reese? I ask instead. His eyes darken. I think we could be, in another life. The honesty stings worse than a lie would have. Because he's right. In another life, one where he didn't sign those contracts, where I wasn't chasing ghosts, where we weren't running for our lives, maybe we could be something real, something worth fighting for. But in this life, we made a mistake, I say softly. He doesn't deny it. Just pulls me closer, presses his lips to my forehead, and holds me like he's afraid I'll disappear. And the worst part is I let him.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 17. Sloane. I wake up to warmth, not the stale kind from radiator heat or too many blankets, but real warmth, body heat. Reese's chest behind me, his breath slow and steady against the curve of my shoulder. One of his arms is tucked under the pillow, the other sprawled across my waist like his subconscious never got the memo that we're still pretending this is just survival. For a second, I don't move. Not because I'm afraid to, but because I don't want to. Last night happened, and I can't undo it. Can't pretend it was strategy or tension release or adrenaline. It was real, and that's the part that terrifies me. I ease out of bed carefully, trying not to wake him. He doesn't stir, just exhales and shifts, arm dropping to the sheets like he's not ready to lose contact. I pause by the window, arms wrapped around myself, watching the Berlin skyline bleed soft gray light through the glass. We're still in danger, still fugitives, still unsure how deep this goes. But for a few fleeting hours, we were just us, and I'm not sure how to carry that with me. He finds me in the kitchen area a few minutes later. I've managed to make hotel-grade espresso, burnt and thin but functional. He accepts a mug from my hands without comment. Our fingers brush. That same low-voltage current still thrums under my skin. You sleep? I ask. Enough to wish I hadn't woken up. That's either poetic or depressing. He sips his coffee, doesn't smile. But something in his eyes softens just a fraction. You okay? He asks after a beat. I nod once, then shake my head. No, but I'm better than I was. It's not a confession, but it's close. He nods like he understands, because he does. And for a moment, we're quiet. Not distant, just still. Like we both know what's coming. We just don't know when. The sound hits me wrong. Not the kettle or the city noise or the comms crackling in Reese's gear bag. It's sharper, shriller. Familiar enough to make my blood freeze mid-flow. A ringtone. My ringtone. I turn toward the source like something instinctual. My duffel bag is half-zipped near the foot of the bed. I cross the room fast, drop to my knees, and dig. The phone is there, buried under clothes I haven't touched since Geneva. Literature buzzing, active. Avery, calling. No, I whisper. No, this was powered off. Behind me, I hear the soft crunch of boots on tile. Reese's voice is suddenly clipped. Sloane. That phone should have been destroyed. It was off, I snap, heart in my throat. Buried, I haven't touched it since. Powered down doesn't mean dead. If the firmware is still responsive, they can ping it. Wake it up remotely. I didn't think. They never want you to think. The phone keeps buzzing. Reese steps closer, his face hard but not unkind. "It's bait," he says quietly. "You know that, right?" I stare down at the name glowing on the screen. Avery, the boy who sat beside me in every business class, who knew the codes to my father's office and the rhythm of my laugh when I didn't know he was listening. The one who disappeared when everything started to unravel. "Just let me hear his voice," I say. Reese doesn't stop me, but he doesn't leave my side either. I answer. The moment I hear his voice, something in me lurches sideways. "Sloane, it's Avery, but not the version I remember from Shaw Foundation boardrooms and backroom coffees. His voice is frayed, edgy, like he hasn't slept in days, or maybe like someone's holding a gun just out of frame. Oh, thank God. I didn't think this would work. I didn't think you'd even pick up." "Avery," I say, slow. "How are you calling me? This phone was dead." I tried every number, every old signal I had. I bounced a soft ping through the Luxembourg cloud, just in case something was still linked to your old metadata. It was a long shot, but... "You tracked me," I whisper. No, I was trying to find you to warn you. I have something." "Of course you do." Reese is still beside me, silent, watching, a coiled warning in his stance. "I know how this sounds," Avery continues, rushing, "but I've been digging. Your father, Sloane, he sold access to the Icarus grid to 3 different private defense entities. Not just Calder, not just the firm. I have receipts, audio, internal memos. I want to give them to you. I want to help take him down." The sliver of me that still remembers before. It wants to believe him. The part that spent the last 3 weeks bleeding in shadows knows better. I don't even hear Finn's voice over the comms, but I see Reese's jaw tighten. His thumb glides across his own tablet, quick, precise. "Sloane," he says softly. "He's not where he says he is." "What? Finn's tracing the relay?" "Avery's not calling from a freelance node. He's routing through a Calder farm. 2 hours ago, he logged into their secure server." My stomach drops. I stare at the phone. Avery's still talking, still spinning his story, still sounding like the boy who used to hold my backpack in elevators and swear we'd change the world. "Sloane, just tell me where you are. I can be there in 12 hours. We'll do it together. Take your father down. Fix everything." His voice falters, just a little. It's too perfect. "You're working with her," I say. Not a question. "What? No. Sloane, listen. You're feeding her our location." "That's not true. Please, just..." "Goodbye, Avery." "Sloane, don't wait." I hang up. The phone goes dark in my hand. My fingers are shaking, but not from fear. From fury. From grief. From the realization that I just lit a beacon we can't take back. "They know where we are now," I say, voice low. "Yeah," Reese replies, already moving. "They do." And just like that, Berlin isn't safe anymore.
Chapter 18. Reese. I toss the go-bag on the bed and unzip it like I've done 100 times before. Contents spill out in crisp, layered order. Spare passports, untraceable currency, thermal phone. No hesitation. Because hesitation gets people killed. "Ground's burned," I mutter, more to myself than to her. "Air corridors are a trap. Prague's still viable. Low traffic. Quiet customs. I know a vault we can hold for 72 hours. Maybe longer." I start packing like I haven't just watched something vital shift in her. She's been silent since Avery's call ended. But I can feel her behind me, still as glass, watching my every move. The silence stretches, tightens. I keep talking. We leave in 20. Take the back exit through the service lift. I'll spoof hotel security on the way out. Should buy us an hour before anyone checks. Huh. You knew. Her voice slices clean through mine. I go still, hand frozen on the burner. You knew your name was in that memo, she says again. Quieter now, but with more weight behind it. I turn to face her slowly. There's no edge in her tone. Not yet. Just something colder. Clarity. And beneath it, betrayal starting to crystallize. Yes, I say. Nothing else. Because anything more would be a lie or a delay. And she doesn't deserve either. She crosses the room in slow, deliberate steps, like she's not sure if she's about to scream or walk away. How long? She asks. Since Venice? She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Just the sound of something breaking. So you saw it. Read it. Knew you were listed in the operation documents tied to me. And you said nothing. Because I didn't want it to be true. Didn't want it to be true? Her voice rises, tight and ragged. Reese, your name wasn't buried in the fine print. It was listed as secondary oversight for contingency protocol. Do you even know what that means? I nod. Once. Slow. Containment, I say. And extraction. She stops. Her eyes search mine like she's trying to peel me apart. And if that failed? The words are sand in my throat, heavy, sharp. I don't look away. Termination. Her breath hitches. The air between us sharpens like wire, pulling taut. So you were my executioner? No. Don't lie to me. I'm not. I was never going to hurt you, Sloane. You were trained to, conditioned to, assigned to. And I didn't. But you could have. That's the point, isn't it? I take a step closer, but she backs up like I'm made of something toxic. And maybe I am. That was before I knew you, I say. And after? After Geneva. After what we've seen. What we've done. I pause. My voice drops. I chose you. She flinches, like the words physically strike her. But I don't take them back. Because they're true. She stares at me for a long time. No words, no movement, just breathing. Like she's trying to decide if she can survive one more betrayal. And I know. I see it in her eyes. This is the one that lands. Not because I meant to lie, but because I waited. Because I didn't say it when it mattered. Every time you said you were protecting me, she whispers, it was a cover. It wasn't. It was protocol, not after Geneva. Her eyes close just for a second. When she opens them again, they're glassy but hard. You should have told me. I didn't know how. You should have told me anyway. She moves past me, grabbing her coat off the back of the chair. Her movements are sharp now. Muscle memory, not thought. Where are you going? Out. It's not safe. She pauses at the door, hand on the handle, voice flat. Neither are you. That one hits harder than any bullet. I want to say something, anything, but my throat's dry, my brain's on fire. So I let her go. The door clicks shut behind her, soft as a whisper. And the silence that follows, it's the loudest thing I've ever heard. I sink onto the bed like my body weighs more than it should. The burner's still in my hand. The exit plan's half finished. I know what to do, where to go, how to survive. But for the first time in years, I have no idea how to live with this.
Chapter 19. Sloane. The walls are too close, the silence too loud, the truth too big to sit with. So I grab my coat and walk. Reese doesn't try to stop me this time. He just watches, still bleeding in the shoulder like it doesn't matter, like I don't matter anymore. Maybe I don't. Not to him, not to anyone. I slip down the back corridor. past the service carts and room trays, and push through the heavy steel door into the alley behind Hotel Eden. The cold hits like a slap. Damp air, concrete sweat. Distant traffic hums a city away. Just a few minutes, just to breathe, just to scream without making a sound. I press my back to the stone wall and close my eyes. I shouldn't have left without a comm. I shouldn't have left him. But I couldn't stay in that room, not with the weight of what he said echoing between us. Termination, extraction, containment. Words like razor wire. My breath curls in the air. I count it down, slow, inhale, exhale, until I can feel my pulse settle back into something human. Just 5 minutes. Then I'll go back in. We'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. Maybe this whole thing wasn't as real for him as it was for me. I run my thumb over the edge of my coat sleeve, focusing on the texture, grounding myself. Don't spiral. Don't overthink. I exhale again and glance toward the narrow alley exit. Okay, I whisper. Okay, enough. Then I hear it, a shoe scuff, too close, not from the street, behind me. The first hand comes from behind. It clamps over my mouth, hard and fast, dragging me backward into shadow. No warning, no time. My brain doesn't even finish processing before my body reacts. I bite down, hard. The man yelps, his grip slips, and I spin, driving my elbow back into his stomach. He grunts, but another one's already behind him, bigger, gloved. Target resisting. You think? The second one lunges for my arms. I twist, duck low, and drive my knee into his thigh, then aim for his groin. He stumbles, swears. Third one appears from my blind side and catches me in the ribs, hard. The alley spins. I hit the wall, shoulder first, and pain shoots through me. A fist grabs my wrist, yanks it tight. A zip tie slaps around it. I buck, twist, claw, but the more I fight, the more they tighten the noose. Get her in the van. The back doors are already open. Black interior, no plates, waiting like a casket. I scream. Not words, not fear, just fury. One tries to drag me up. I stomp his foot, slam my head into his face. Blood splashes. I don't care if it's his or mine. She's fighting too hard. Knock her out. He raises a metal injector. I jerk left. Too slow. A hand clamps the back of my neck. This is it. Suddenly, a sound. Sharp, muffled, repeating. Gunshots. Close. What the? We've got company. Someone screams. Then the night rips open. Reese. He comes in like a blade, no hesitation, no mercy, just motion, pure and violent, a blur of dark clothes, blood and fire. One of them reaches for his weapon. Reese drops him with a single shot to the throat. Another swings wide. Reese ducks, catches his wrist, twists, and snaps the bone clean. He doesn't stop moving. I hear a grunt, then a blade, then wet impact. Someone falls. Hard. Reese steps over the body and looks straight at me. Eyes wild. Not the man I walked out on. Not a fixer. A storm. Come on, Reese says, reaching for me. His hand is soaked in blood. Not all of it his, but enough to make my breath hitch. I stagger toward him. One of the mercs groans behind us, trying to crawl. Reese kicks the side door of the van shut behind me and yanks me away from the alley. We can't stay, he mutters. They'll have backups. Where are we going? Away? He's limping. I don't say anything. I just wrap one arm under his, take part of his weight. We run. Or something close to it. Two bloodied figures stumbling through Berlin's side streets, ducking between dumpsters and through rusted gates. Every time we slow, I hear Reese hiss through his teeth. He's fading. You're bleeding. So are you. I didn't get stabbed. Neither did I. He glances down at his shoulder. Dark, wet, wrecked. Okay, maybe once. We round a corner and he slams his shoulder into a dumpster, dragging it just enough to reveal a rusted panel behind it. Kicks it once, twice. It groans open. Get in. Reese. Now. I climb down first, dropping into darkness. He follows with a grunt, pulls the panel closed behind us, then leans heavily against the wall. We're in some kind of maintenance tunnel, cold, narrow, and silent except for the sound of our ragged breathing. I lean back, chest burning, heart still racing. You came for me. Of course I did. His voice is low, hoarse, but honest. I thought you might hate me too much. He lets out a soft, bitter laugh. I do. He looks at me. His eyes are glassy, hollowed out by pain and fury. But I'd still burn the world if someone laid a hand on you. My throat tightens. I don't answer. Because there's nothing left to say.
Chapter 20. Reese. The steel door creaks open on a whisper. She didn't even notice it was there. Inside, low light, reinforced stone, thick. Silence. A safe room buried beneath Berlin's bones. One of a handful I'd built over the years for nights just like this when the sky falls and all you can do is survive beneath it. It's basic, crude. 2 makeshift beds, a gravity-fed water tank, a crate of emergency rations and medical supplies stacked beside an old radiator. But it's clean, secure, and for the next 72 hours, we're ghosts. This is it, I say, stepping aside to let her in. Sloane moves through the doorway slowly, not with suspicion, not with fear, but like someone too tired to pretend she's not in pain anymore. She looks around the bunker with guarded eyes. You built this? Funded it? Designed it? Never thought I'd have to use it. She doesn't respond. But when I lock the door behind us and drop the bolt, I see her shoulders ease. Just slightly. I move toward the bed and ease myself down with a wince. The gash in my shoulder is still seeping. My ribs ache. My jaw's tight from where one of Calder's operatives clipped me with a rifle butt. Sloane sits opposite me, back straight, arms crossed. She's not doing great either. There's a split just under her lip. Her hair's tangled, one sleeve torn, dried blood down the side of her shirt. She looks like hell. She looks like she survived it. I need to get that cleaned, I say, nodding toward her side. She glances down. So do you. Let me go first. Why? Because if I stop moving, I might not start again. She stares at me for a long moment, then she nods, barely, and peels off her coat. Her fingertips brush my temple, smearing blood that's already started to crust. You need stitches, she says softly. It can wait. She raises an eyebrow, unimpressed, but she doesn't argue. Instead, she grabs a bottle of antiseptic from the crate, soaks a rag, and kneels in front of me. Careful, measured, and I smell the faint trace of adrenaline still burning off her skin. This might sting, she mutters. So does everything else. The rag touches my shoulder. I hiss. She doesn't apologize. And for some reason I respect that more than anything. Her hands move with care, but I can tell she's shaking. Not from fear, from everything else. The silence stretches long between us, heavy with things neither of us have said. I didn't know if you'd come back, I murmur. I didn't know if I should. That lands harder than anything Calder could have thrown at me. But you did. She nods once. Why? I ask. Because you saved me. That doesn't mean I deserve you. Then tell me the truth. All of it. My chest tightens. My instinct is to lie. Not maliciously. Not to manipulate. But to protect her from me. She sets the rag down and meets my eyes. Reese, don't you dare protect me from the truth. I inhale once, twice. My lungs burn. I had a brother. Her expression softens, her mouth parting just slightly. Daniel. He was everything I wasn't. Kind. Creative. Soft around the edges. He wanted to write books. Loved stories. He had this wild laugh, like it belonged in a world better than ours. I looked down at the cracked tile floor. He got caught up in something he didn't understand. Saw something he shouldn't have. I tried to clean it up. Tried to fix it. Imogen, she whispers. She offered me a choice. Work for her, or let him disappear. I pause. The next part hurts. I chose him, but it wasn't enough. 2 years later, he killed himself. Left a note I never got to read. Silence. Her hand finds mine. She doesn't say anything for a long time, just breathes. Fingers threaded through mine. Her thumb strokes once across my knuckle, and for some reason that soft little motion nearly unravels me. You loved him, she whispers. I still do. And now you think if you let yourself care again, you'll lose everything. I nod. It's not just fear, Sloane. It's certainty. Every time I've let someone in, they've ended up dead or compromised. And what about me? She asked quietly. You were never supposed to matter this much. Her hand slides up to my cheek. She looks at me like she's trying to memorize all of it. The bruises, the cracks, the pieces no one's ever been allowed to touch. Then stop fighting it, she says. Stop running from me like I'm your weakness. I'm not. Her voice is steady now. I'm your anchor. She leans in and presses her forehead to mine. It's not a kiss. It's something deeper. A kind of intimacy that comes only after blood, confession, and survival. You saved me, she murmurs. Not just in that alley. From the moment you didn't pull the trigger. You chose me. I choose you back. Her lips brush mine. It's soft, slow, no heat yet, just recognition. My hands slide up her sides, not with urgency but reverence. She shifts closer, climbing gently into my lap, her knees framing my thighs, our foreheads still touching. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. We stay like that for a moment, wrapped in each other, our breathing ragged, our bodies still trembling. She shifts, her hands sliding up my back, her fingers tracing the scars there, and I shiver under her touch. You're beautiful, she murmurs, her lips brushing against my skin. I chuckle softly, my hands moving to her hips, holding her close. You're delirious. Maybe, she says, her voice soft. But I mean it. I don't argue. I just hold her, her body warm against mine, and we stay like that, wrapped in each other until the first light of dawn filters through the small window in the bunker. She's asleep in my arms, her breathing slow and steady. I watch her for a long time, the rise and fall of her chest, the way her hair falls over her face. For the first time in a long time, I feel peace.
Chapter 21. Sloane. Berlin is always colder underground. 3 flights down from a crumbling cathedral, and the air starts to shift, heavier, metallic. The sounds of the city fade behind steel doors and red brick tunnels lined with rusted piping and ancient graffiti. This isn't some neon-drenched nightclub where tech bros pass off black market data like drink orders. This is the Black Vault. No names, no questions, no second chances. That's the unspoken code here. And I've already broken it just by walking in. The man at the door is built like a stone wall, tattoos up to his throat, eyes like dead bulbs. Reese gives him a nod and taps a pattern against the doorframe. The guard scans us, twice, before stepping aside. The door groans open, and the vault exhales us inside. It's not flashy, it's efficient. Dim, warm light seeps from old filament bulbs strung across concrete beams. Glass cubes serve as makeshift booths. Traders lounge like panthers, jaded and dangerous. At least 24 people in this room could kill me without blinking, but no one here knows who I am. Not yet. Reese walks beside me, calm but alert, his coat concealing enough firepower to level half this place if it goes south. His hand brushes mine once, more signal than comfort. I let it linger longer than I should. There, he says, nodding toward the back corner. The woman in the hood doesn't look up, doesn't need to. She's already clocked us. Ashira, she doesn't trade information. She sells leverage. And tonight, she's holding a match over the edge of the world. Ashira slides the small black drive across the table with one gloved finger. Her face is half hidden beneath the cowl, but her eyes? Sharp, unblinking. She looks like a statue carved out of secrets. You're here for answers, she says, but the question changed 2 days ago. Icarus, I say. Not anymore. The version you knew, dead. What they've built now is cleaner, faster, autonomous. My mouth goes dry. Icarus 2.0, Reese says beside me, low and grim. Ashira nods. 5 days from now it goes live, fully self-operating surveillance strike system, predictive targeting tied to social behavior algorithms. No human oversight, no breaks, no appeals. Who's on the target list? I ask, though I already know. She shrugs. Journalists, whistleblowers, activists, former intelligence. Your name's there too. I barely blink. Of course it is. He built it with me in mind. Reese shifts beside me, tension radiating off him in waves. Ashira leans back against the booth like she's settling in for a good story. They scrubbed the fail-safes from the system's mainframe, moved the kill switch offline, physically stored it where no one could touch it remotely. Where? I ask. Paris. Private Shaw Corp server vault. Off-grid. Power isolated. Biometrically sealed. I clench my hands under the table. Of course it's in Paris. Ashira's lips twitch. Only one way in. She taps the drive twice. And about 100 ways to die trying. I stare at the sleek black rectangle in front of me, heart pounding. This is it. The next move. The last move. Maybe. We stop it, I say. Whatever it takes. Ashira tilts her head. You're not who they said you were. Good, I whisper. Let that be their mistake. The night air outside the vault hits like a slap. Cold, damp, real. The kind of cold that forces you to remember you're still alive. We walk in silence for a while. Reese half a step behind me, like he's still guarding my back. I don't need him to, but I don't ask him to stop either. She wasn't lying, I say quietly, eyes forward. No, he replies. She never does. That's what makes her dangerous. 5 days. 4.5 now. The streets blur around us. Wet pavement, flickering street lamps, the low hum of trains in the distance. My father's going to let the world burn, I say, more to myself than him. No, Reese says. He already lit the match. We're just trying to kill the flame. We turn down a side alley, duck beneath an old scaffold. He pulls me close when a pair of drunk tourists stumbles by. His touch is automatic, protective. But there's something different in it now. Something less performative and more. Ours. When we reach the safe house, I pause with my hand on the doorframe. We're really going to do this, I murmur. Break into a private black site server room, take on a billion-dollar surveillance network, and go head-to-head with one of the most powerful men in Europe. Reese smirks. Sounds like a Thursday. I glance at him. You're not worried? Terrified, he says, eyes locked on mine. But if we go down together. I nod. Then let's burn it to the ground. Back inside, I slide the drive into the console. A countdown pings to life on the screen. 4 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes. And just like that, the war begins.
Chapter 22. Reese. Paris always looks clean on the surface. Elegant. Timeless. Civility built on centuries of blood. But underneath it breathes like every other city. Shadows twitching. Watchers watching. And right now it's watching us. We move with precision through the fog-drenched alley off Rue de l'Université. No chatter. No hesitation. Just practiced silence and the click of our boot soles on stone. You feel that? I murmur. Sloane doesn't look at me. Doesn't need to. Yeah, she says. Like someone's waiting for us to make a mistake. She's right. I've run dozens of jobs across 5 continents, but this one crawls under my skin. Too smooth. Too still. The city's waiting for us to make a mistake. And I don't like it. The Shaw Corp satellite office looks like every other biotech startup on this side of the river. Frosted glass. Clean branding. Not a whisper of what's really buried inside. Finn's voice clicks in over comm, steady as ever. Visual confirms entry's clear. Badges will scan. You've got 11 minutes before the elevator cycle resets. No alarms unless you give them one. We're dressed as research techs. Black scrubs, surgical masks, ID tags spoofed through a side network that'll collapse the second we leave. I scan the building's grid on the portable. Servers 3 sublevels down. Locked behind 2 doors Bishop probably had built with his own blood. You ready for this? I ask. Sloane doesn't hesitate. I was born ready. I just didn't know why until now. The elevator hums downward, soft as breath. I stand shoulder to shoulder with Sloane, our reflections distorted in the mirrored walls. Her posture's perfect. Loose, confident, unreadable. The badge clipped to her scrub top glows green under the elevator light. She looks like she belongs here. And in some twisted way, she does dot her father built this. But we're going to be the ones to tear it apart. The doors open to sublevel 3 with a muted chime. Concrete floors. Frosted glass partitions. Low humming from insulated wall panels. The scent of coolant and sterile airflow hits hard. Server-grade environmental conditioning. Left. 2 doors down, Finn murmurs in my ear. Code panel's digital. Scramble it. I'll delay the ping. I move first, gloved fingers tapping the patch behind the keypad. My field disruptor shorts the magnetic sensor just long enough for the lock to disengage. We step inside. And there it is. The server. Black. Sleek. Isolated in a reinforced glass chamber with its own independent cooling coil. No ports exposed. No brand markings. Just a pulsing blue core light. Found you, Sloane says under her breath. I nod once. Let's take it. She moves fast, quicker than I expected. Disengages the internal mount brackets while I patch into the chamber's climate relay. No alerts, no changes in pressure. It lifts clean from its cradle like it was waiting to be stolen. I seal it in the transport case while she wipes our prints from the table, the mount, the door frame. We've got 6 minutes until the elevator resets. We're good, she says. I glance once more at the blank chamber behind us. No guards, no cameras, no sound. Too easy. Back at the safe house, we move fast. Shutters locked. Comms dead. Server booted on the isolated rig Finn helped me build years ago, when I was still working in silence and sin. Sloane paces behind me, hands on her hips, lips split from where she bit it during the exfil. She hasn't said much since we left the building. She doesn't have to. The server hums low, familiar, almost comforting if I didn't know what it held. "You ready?" I ask. She nods once. "Let's crack it." I enter the trigger sequence. The screen flashes, blinks, then holds. A prompt appears. "Encryption active protocol. Iron Father. Voice recognition required." Sloane stiffens behind me. "What the hell is Iron Father?" she asks. But I already know. Bishop always liked his mythologies. Finn's voice pings over comms. "It's a biometric voice lock. Deep learning profile. Can't spoof it, can't override it. You need his voice, or a match so clean the server believes he's still alive." Sloane exhales just once. "I have a file," she says. "A voicemail. Years old." I look over my shoulder. Her face is unreadable, but her hands are trembling. "You sure?" I ask. "No, but we're doing it anyway." She disappears for 30 seconds, returns with the drive so small it looks like a lie. She plugs it in, fingers hovering for half a second before pressing play. And then, "Sloane, it's your father. I'm sorry I missed your keynote." The voice cuts through the room like smoke. Flat, familiar, poisonous. I don't look at her, I can't. The screen flashes. Voice recognized. Match confirmed. Access granted. Files explode across the interface. Dozens, hundreds, operation codes, names, bloodstains spelled out in metadata, and one folder marked Icarus _2.0 launch sequence. Behind me, Sloane finally speaks. "I'm going to finish what he started, and then I'm going to bury it." I nod once. We've got 4 days left. And now, we've got the fuse.
Chapter 23. Sloane. There's something cruel about the way the files open. Each folder loads like a heartbeat. Cold, mechanical, emotionless, spilling out timestamps, names, internal memos, raw metadata. And I'm just sitting here, trying to breathe through the weight of it. I scroll, tap, open, close. Reese sits beside me, one leg bouncing, body still but coiled like he's expecting a detonation. He says nothing. Doesn't rush me. Just stays close enough to let me know he's ready to step in if the roof caves in. This isn't just oversight. I murmur. It's targeting. Pattern recognition. Geotagged surveillance logs. They built Icarus to watch everyone who's ever stepped out of line and decide whether they're worth keeping alive. "I know," he says softly. "No. You knew it was bad, but you didn't know it was meant to be self-aware. Look at this. Look at the adaptive strike protocol. It doesn't just act. It learns." I don't realize my hands are shaking until Reese rests his over mine, grounding me. "We'll shut it down," he says. "We'd better," I whisper. "Because if this thing gets out, it doesn't just rewrite the rules. It becomes them." There's a folder I almost miss. Tucked between project logs and scrub transmissions. Private redacted recovery, .log. No tags, no file tree, no metadata trail. Just one lone audio file, and a timestamp I haven't seen in a very long time, 12 years ago. I freeze. "What is it?" Reese asks. "I don't know," I whisper, "but it shouldn't be here." Something in my chest starts to tighten, like I already know what I'm about to hear. I click the file. The file opens without fanfare. No loading screen. No progress bar. Just the sound of my mother's voice sliding into the room like a ghost that never left. If you're hearing this, something went wrong. It's not how I imagined her. I didn't imagine her voice would be so steady or so familiar. Like some buried part of me always remembered it. like it was stitched into the lining of my bones. I told him I wouldn't let him weaponize the program. I told him if he moved forward, I'd go public, that Icarus was a mistake, and that once it learned to hunt, it would never stop. I go still. She's not scared. She's not crying. She's fighting. He said if I exposed him, they'd find me, that they'd make me disappear, and that if I didn't disappear fast enough, they'd come for you. The static warbles for a second. Then her voice returns, quieter now, shaking just slightly. I didn't leave because I wanted to, Sloane. I left because I had to. My breath catches. Something in me cracks. You were so young. You loved puzzles. You were already so curious. You used to take apart clocks and line up the springs by size. God, you were brilliant. You still are. And I'm sorry I wasn't there to see it. Tears prick at the edge of my vision. Not hot, not sobbing. Just there. Reese doesn't say anything. He's close, near enough that I can feel the heat of his arm, but he doesn't touch me, doesn't crowd the moment, and I'm grateful for that. I wanted to come home. I tried, but I couldn't risk leading them to you. He made sure I couldn't even send a photo. You deserve to hate me, but I hope you don't. I hope you know you were never the reason I left. The message ends with a soft exhale. No goodbye, just silence. I stare at the screen. I feel completely unmade. He lied to me, I whisper. He didn't just let me grieve her. He gave me the shovel and watched me bury her. I stare at the laptop, the cursor blinking like a heartbeat. The silence in the room is deafening. It fills my ears, presses against my chest. But I'm not crying. I'm thinking. Every memory I have of my father, the polished charm, the careful mentorship, the way he always made me feel like I was the one person who truly understood him. It all fractures. And what's left behind is weaponized betrayal. He used me, I say, voice quiet but steady. He made me grieve a woman who was still alive. He designed my grief, scripted it, and I performed it for him like a loyal little girl. Reese is still silent, but I feel him watching me, not with pity, with respect, because he sees it too. I'm not broken. I'm reborn. I close the laptop gently, precise, controlled. Then I stand, and much to my surprise, I feel taller. I want him to see my face when it all comes down, I say. Reese rises slowly. He'll try to twist it. He'll say it was for your protection, that he had no choice. He had a choice, I snap, and he chose power. I cross to the table, grab the encrypted drive, and press it into Reese's palm. We take this public, everything, Icarus, the cover-ups, the kill lists, and when it hits, I want his name burned into every headline in the world. Reese nods once, firm. We'll need to move fast. If he thinks we're this close, he won't think. I interrupt. He'll react, like he always does. And when he does, he'll make a mistake. I meet his eyes. And when he does that, we end it, Reese says.
Chapter 24. Reese. The sun dips low behind the hills as we pull off the narrow dirt road, tires kicking up the kind of dust that lingers long after the car stops moving. Everything here smells like stone and rosemary. The silence isn't empty, it's watchful. I killed the engine. Sloane has been quiet since we passed the second unmarked checkpoint. Just stares straight ahead, fingers drumming once against her thigh. Not from nerves, anticipation. Focus. This is it, she murmurs, not a question. Ahead of us, the house rises out of the earth like it's always belonged. Pale stucco walls, faded green shutters, half covered in vines. A vineyard stretches to the left in even rows, silver with dusk. It's beautiful in that forgotten, end-of-the-world kind of way. And then the door opens. She steps into view with no hesitation. No gun, no panic. Just presence. Imani Shaw. Alive. And nothing like the photos I reviewed when I still thought she was a cautionary tale, not a living, breathing thread in this entire unraveling. She doesn't run to Sloane. Sloane doesn't rush her. They stand 5 feet apart, same jawline, same shoulders, same impossible quiet. "You're real," Sloane says. Her voice doesn't break, but it folds. "And so are you," Imani replies. The air shifts. Years crash between them, unspoken. They don't touch. Not yet. But some part of Sloane's armor, the part no one ever sees, bends. And I realize this isn't just a reunion, it's a reckoning. We sit under a weathered pergola shaded by climbing vines, the air thick with lavender and something sharper. Truth, maybe. Imani pours 2 glasses of red but doesn't drink. Her hands move with precision. Measured. Like she spent a lifetime giving away just enough to stay alive. Sloane sits across from her. Posture perfect, face unreadable, but I can see it in her grip on the glass. She's bracing. "I was there at the start," Imani says, "when Icarus was still a theory. Just code and idealism. It was supposed to be predictive, preventative, a safeguard against large-scale threats." She leans back, gaze shifting to the vineyard rows as if she's seeing something decades away. "Your father came in late, said he had the network, the global pull, said he could fast-track development. And he did." She turns to us then, her eyes tired but steady. "But he corrupted the framework, stripped oversight, turned prediction into punishment." I don't speak, because I already knew that part, but hearing it from her, it hits different. "You tried to stop him," Sloane says. "I tried to delay him," Imani corrects. "Stopping him would have taken an army, and back then, I didn't know who I could trust." She reaches for something beneath the table, a tablet in a matte titanium case. She unlocks it with a retinal scan and a fingerprint. "This is the master archive, my copy, built from the root code, unaltered, untouched, complete." "How long have you had this?" I ask. "Since the night I disappeared." Sloane stiffens. "You ran with the only clean copy." Imani nods. "Because the truth can't just be erased. It has to be remembered. And now, it's yours." Sloane hasn't moved since the tablet landed in her hands. She hasn't asked how it was built. She hasn't asked if it's safe. She's just reading, line by line, like it's a gospel written in code and consequences. I watch her jaw tighten as she scrolls through internal memos, strike authorizations, biometric logs, and something that looks suspiciously like a target list, color-coded by region, status, and deviation threat level. "This is global," she says. "It's beyond governments, beyond checks." "That's what makes it valuable," Imani says, "and what makes it dangerous." "You could have burned this," Sloane whispers. "You could have buried it and walked away." Imani smiles, but there's nothing soft in it. "And let him keep rewriting history?" "No, baby. I lived this. I kept this to remind myself that I didn't imagine the monster. I married it." Sloane swallows hard. "Then why now?" she asks. "Why give it to me now?" Imani exhales slowly, folding her hands on the table. "Because he's slipping." Sloane blinks. "What?" "He's pushing harder, faster. He's cutting corners he used to secure. And worse, he's emotional." "He's never emotional," I say. Imani looks at me. "Exactly." She glances toward the vineyard like she can feel Bishop's shadow even here. "He knows it's coming apart. And when men like your father start to feel the ground crack, they double down. They make mistakes. He's desperate. And desperate men, they bleed easier." Sloane stares down at the archive, and something in her clicks into place. "Then we end this while he's still bleeding."
Chapter 25. Sloane. The car ride back to the safe house is silent but not peaceful. Reese is driving like he's calculating exits at every turn. I'm watching the side mirrors, not because I think we're being followed, but because my skin won't let me look away. The sky is low and heavy, like it knows what's coming. We should feel safer now. We have the master archive. We have my mother, alive. We have momentum. So why does my chest feel tight? You're scanning everything, Reese says quietly. I'm listening, I reply. There's a difference. He doesn't argue, because he feels it too. By the time we get inside, I'm twitchy. Not panic, instinct. That low-grade hum of something just off in the air. A pressure drop. We're staying in one of Imani's old burner estates. Limestone, glass, fortified without looking like it. The kind of place you disappear in without anyone knowing you were ever here. Finn's voice crackles through the earpiece, but it's faint. Vaults prepped. Internal firewalls active. You've got about a 12-minute sync window before we rotate again. Copy, I say, moving toward the workstation. Reese sets down his gear with that quiet precision I've come to rely on. I used to wonder if he slept with one eye open. Now I know the answer. You want the long-range scanner running? He asks. Yeah, and scrub the last access logs. I want to know who pinged this place in the last 24 hours. He pauses. Just a second too long. What is it? I ask. Nothing, just quiet. I meet his eyes. Too quiet. Exactly. The master archive hums as it boots, a deep whir through the reinforced table. I enter my credentials, layer in the new access key, Imani encoded, and the screen blooms with the data, like it's exhaling secrets it's held for too long. Code. Directives. Geosynced surveillance logs. Authorization protocol. Dorn persist. I freeze. Reese, I say without looking up. Do you know a Major Dorn? There's a pause. Everyone in my old life knew Dorn, he says, tone clipped. He's not a soldier. He's a ghost with a military pension. Bishop's fixer before I was. When he shows up, the body's already cold. I open the file. Target. Reese Donovan. Contingency. Containment failure. Execute. My heart stutters. Below it, another line. Secondary target. Sloane Mercer Shaw. Directive. Retrieve asset. Dead or alive. I don't breathe for a full 5 seconds. Then I push back from the table. They flagged us. Reese is already crossing the room, jaw locked. How recent is the timestamp? 72 hours. The order was updated after Geneva. Imogen's making moves. So's Bishop, he says darkly. If Dorn's been activated, it means they've both agreed we're liabilities. Or bait. The room suddenly feels too small, the air too tight. I close the file. We move tonight. Reese nods, no argument. And we don't wait for them to make the first shot. I check in with Finn, twice. Nothing, just static. Then a low burst of garbled sound, like the lines rerouting itself across channels I didn't authorize. I try again. Force a hardline sync. Finn respond. Confirm vault integrity. No response. Only silence. Something's wrong, I say. Reese is already grabbing the secondary tablet, eyes scanning diagnostic readouts. Firewall's intact, no breach, but the ghost feed's looping. I finish for him. And I know what that means. We're not just being watched. Someone's already in. I spin back to the console and pull up the most recent access logs. They're encrypted, but not well. Someone wanted to be seen. No, I whisper. You arrogant bastard. The signature is buried beneath a triple-layer redirect, masked under a false node tagged Geneva 1A. But I know it. Avery's trace. Same encryption I saw when he was helping me map my father's offshore foundations back in Boston. He's in the archive. Reese doesn't curse, but his knuckles whiten around the grip of his weapon. You think he's working with Imogen? No, I say flatly. He's not working with her or Bishop. He's working for himself. Double agent? Opportunist. And he just made his move. I close the lid of the laptop and feel the shift lock into place inside me. No more running, no more reacting. Reese looks at me, still waiting, still with me. So what now? He asks. I look at the encrypted drive. At the countdown, we just restarted. We finish what we started. Even if they're already coming? I nod. Especially then, let them come through the fire.
Chapter 26. Reese. The night air is sharp, cold for southern France, too still. I circle the back of the safe house out of habit. Motion sensor sweep, silent comm check, standard pattern. My sidearm is holstered, thumb resting just above the trigger guard. I should feel calm, but I don't. Something's off. No birds, no wind, just silence thick enough to feel. Don't romanticize it, Donovan. Trust your gut. I round the southeast corner and pause. Movement. A shadow flickers against the tree line. My hand moves before my brain finishes the thought. Sloane, inside! Now! No time for protocol. Because then the first shot rings out and the wall explodes 2 feet from my head. I drop low and fire twice. One body hits the dirt. 2 more emerge, tactical gear, suppressed rifles, and faces painted with war. Dorn's men. They didn't sneak past our defenses. They walked through like they knew the layout, which means Imogen's orders came down hours ago, which means this isn't a warning. It's an execution. They came for me. But if they get to Sloane, over my dead body. I hit the first one low, driving my shoulder into his ribs. We crash into the gravel hard, and I hear the wind snap from his lungs as my elbow cracks against his throat. His silencer clatters across the stone. I don't go for it. Too slow. I use the knife. One clean stroke. One less threat. I spin and catch movement to my left. Another operative, leaner, faster, raises his rifle. I twist, but not fast enough. The shot rips through my side like fire and ice all at once. Pain blooms hot across my ribs. I stagger but stay upright. Can't fall. Not yet. I fire twice. One to disarm, one to drop him. He hits the ground, twitching. My vision blurs, edges darkening. My left leg gives a little under the weight. Not good. Not lethal, but not good. I hear her before I see her. Reese. Sloane's voice slices through the fog in my skull. Too close. Stay back, I shout. Too late. She's already sprinting across the courtyard, barefoot, reckless, fury written across her face like war paint. One last shooter emerges from the shadows, lining up the shot on her. No time to think. I move. No! My shoulder hits her waist, tackles her behind the stone fountain just as the bullet whistles past. Something cracks in my side. Don't know if it's the ribs or the ground. Doesn't matter. She's alive, that's all that does. The ride to the fallback location is a blur of headlights and pain. I can't tell how long we're driving. Maybe 15 minutes. Maybe a lifetime. I must pass out at some point. I come to when the car stops, headlights cutting across an overgrown path and the faint outline of another villa. Smaller, older, hidden. We're here, Sloane whispers. Her hand is on mine. Warm, unshaking. That scares me more than the blood soaking through my shirt. She's not panicked. She's focused. Imani meets us at the door. She's all command and clipped French, barking orders at the man who emerges from the cellar carrying medical supplies. I try to wave them off. Just need to patch it and keep moving. Shut up, Donovan, Sloane snaps. Not angry. Fractured. She drops to her knees beside the table as they cut away the shredded fabric and start cleaning the wound. You knew they were out there. I suspected. And you still stepped out alone. I didn't plan to get shot, Sloane. You planned to draw fire. Silence. She sees it now. Not just the blood. Not just the damage. The choice. Amani finishes stabilizing me. There's talk of rest, regrouping, secure lines. I only catch half of it. I'm too focused on Sloane. She hasn't let go of my hand since we arrived. When I try to speak, she squeezes once, just enough to keep me quiet. You did this for me, she says. Of course I did. That's the problem. She leans forward, presses her forehead to mine. You keep breaking yourself for me, and all I want is for you to stop pretending I wouldn't do the same. My chest tightens, not from the wound, from the way her voice breaks when she says it. We're not even, she whispers. Not yet, but we will be. And the way she looks at me, it's not just gratitude. It's everything. It's late when the villa finally goes still. Imani's gone, disappeared into the shadows with her own ghosts. The medic's packed up. The blood's been wiped from the floor. The only sound left is the distant thrum of wind through vineyard leaves. And Sloane, shifting in the doorway, watching me like she's memorizing the way I breathe. I should be resting, but I can't stop watching her. She crosses the room in silence and kneels beside me, one hand braced near my thigh, the other ghosting over the gauze at my side. You should be asleep, I murmur. So should you. I try to smirk, but it fades before it forms. I didn't think I'd get to see you again, she says softly. Not after tonight. You were always going to see me again, I say, even if it was the last damn thing I did. Her hand finds mine, fingers laced, and suddenly, I'm not bleeding. I'm falling. She leans in and presses a kiss to the corner of my mouth, not out of pity, not to soothe, but because she wants to, because something between us finally stopped resisting. She pulls back a breath's length, eyes burning. No more pretending, she whispers. No more walls, I echo. The air shifts. She kisses me again, and this time, there's no pause, no fear, just heat, honesty, skin and scars and something softer threaded beneath it. Let me take care of you, she breathes. And I let her.
Chapter 27. Sloane. The room is quiet but not peaceful. Reese is asleep across the villa. At least I think he is. His breathing has finally evened out, and he hasn't stirred in over an hour. I should be sleeping too, but I can't. I'm too close to the final firewall. One last locked folder buried beneath everything else, filed under an innocuous name that only someone who knew my father's mind would recognize. Synops Alpha Vault. It takes 4 keys, 2 subroutines, and 1 old code phrase I found in a message my mother left for me. The folder opens, and everything I thought I understood about what we're fighting shatters. Each file is a contract, dated, signed, sealed. Each one granting partial access to Icarus's kill protocol in exchange for untraceable payments routed through offshore shells. The signatures make my blood go cold. Multinational CEOs, intelligence chiefs, private arms dealers, nations I stood in front of on stages and called strategic partners in digital reform. My father didn't just build Icarus. He sold pieces of it. Access, control, execution authority, all behind the mask of algorithmic peacekeeping. I scroll down. My hands don't feel like mine anymore. One document stops me cold. Purchase order. Icarus Tier 1, Mercer Asset Contingency Override. My name. My file. Bought and sold. He made me a product, a target, A clause in a profit ledger? I don't even feel the tablet slip from my hands. It hits the floor with a muted thud, the screen flickering once before it goes dark. My knees follow. I sink like the weight finally found me. He sold access to me. To me. My name, my choices, my life, as a bargaining chip. I stare at the floor, but I'm not really seeing it. Just numbers. Signatures. My father's voice in my head, telling me we were building the future. No, you were building an empire on bones. My throat tightens. The first sob catches me off guard, sharp and ugly and pulled from somewhere so deep I forgot it existed. Arms wrap around me a second later. I don't hear him come in. I don't need to. Reese pulls me into him without a word, his body warm and solid and trembling just slightly, where his shoulders still healing. I don't resist. I fold into his chest and let it all go. Everything I've held in since Geneva, since my mother, since I first saw my name in a kill box. It's not supposed to feel like this, I choke out. He wasn't supposed to do this to me. He wasn't supposed to do any of it, Reese says softly, hand at the back of my neck. But he did, and I'm still here. That breaks me even more, because he is. And for once, I don't have to carry it alone. I don't know how long we sit there. His arms around me, my hands curled into his shirt, my tears soaked into his skin. But eventually, the sobs stop. The air shifts. The silence deepens. Not empty, not cold, just still. You stayed, I whisper. After everything, you stayed. He presses his forehead to mine, and his breath catches. Not from pain, but from how much he's holding in. You don't scare me, Sloane. Even now, especially now. I reach up and trace the edge of the bandage at his ribs, careful but unflinching. The bruise is deep, purple and angry. He took it from me. I've never let anyone see me like this, I say. That's not true, he murmurs. You mean you. He nods once. I mean me. And just like that, the gravity between us shifts. No adrenaline, no panic, just a slow, steady pull. I slide into his lap, gently, deliberately. He doesn't stop me. His hands rise to cradle my face, his eyes locked on mine like I'm the last thing he believes in. Let me, I whisper. Let me feel something that's not broken. You're not broken, he says. You're still standing. Not without you. His hands are warm against my face, his breath steady but shallow, like he's holding back. I don't want him to. Not this time. I lean in, my lips brushing his, testing the space between us. He doesn't pull away. His fingers tighten just enough to let me know he's here. He's present. He's not going anywhere. Reese, my voice is barely audible. Let me? His eyes search mine, and for a moment I think he's going to say no. But then he nods, a single slow movement that sends a shiver through me. His hands slide down to my waist, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. I can feel the heat of his skin through his shirt, the steady beat of his heart against my chest. Well. Things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. As I slowly float back to reality, I find myself cradled in Reese's arms, my head nestled against the steady thrum of his heartbeat. His fingers dance across my bare back, drawing soothing patterns that lull me into a state of serene tranquility. His breath is a gentle caress against my hair, a tender gesture that makes my heart swell with an intensity of emotion I can barely contain. Stay, I whisper, the words slipping from my lips in a soft plea. Always, He replies without hesitation, his embrace tightening around me, a silent vow that resonates deep within my soul. In the aftermath, we remain intertwined, a single harmonious entity. My ear pressed to his chest, I listen to the even cadence of his breathing, a sound more comforting than any lullaby. In this moment, enveloped by his warmth, I am not just Sloane, fragmented and scarred by the trials of my past. I am whole, united with the one person who has seen every broken piece of me and loved me regardless. It's a completeness I never imagined I'd feel, a sense of peace that transcends the chaos of our world.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 28. Reese. The safe house is almost peaceful this morning. Almost. Sunlight filters in through the cracked wooden shutters, streaking the stone floor in gold. Outside, a cicada buzzes lazily. The air smells like old wood, rosemary, and peace I don't trust. I sip my coffee without tasting it. Waiting? I'm always waiting. The encrypted line blinks once, then again. Dead. Then active. Finn. I'm already moving. I slide into the chair at the kitchen table and run the security sequence, fingers flying over the keys. The feed connects in under 5 seconds. Finn appears on screen, underlit, sweating, his eyes sharp. "You're not going to like this," he says without preamble. "Rarely do. Go." He exhales hard like he's been holding this in. "Bishop's resurfaced. Mont Saint-Michel." My breath stills. "That's a fortress," I say. "Yeah, and he's not sightseeing." He flips the camera. I see the feed. Digital contract logs, partial source code signatures, a timestamp. The final Icarus upload is scheduled in 48 hours. Location confirmed. He's locking down an offshore server network via the summit's encrypted satellite uplink. No government, private buyers only, NDA-level secrecy, high-value optics. I stare at the screen. The countdown's already begun. And if he finishes the transfer? "The system goes dark," Finn says. "Autonomous. Self-learning. Zero rollback. No more kill switches." He becomes myth. "Not if we stop it," I say, voice low. "Then you've got 48 hours. I close the comm line with Finn and sit there for a breath. Just one. I hear the shower shut off in the other room. A door creaks. The pad of bare feet on stone. Sloane enters the kitchen with her towel wrapped around her shoulders and hair still dripping. She sees my face and freezes. "What is it?" I don't answer at first. Just turn the tablet so she can see the final location pulsing in red. Mont Saint-Michel. Upload in. 47, 52, 13. She stares at the screen like it's a detonator. "That's where he's hiding?" "Not hiding," I say. "Operating. The summit is cover. Ecotech initiative, on paper. But the network underneath? It's custom. Air-gapped. Controlled access." "Of course it is," she murmurs, her voice tight. "God, he's theatrical." "We knew it would be something like this," I say. "We just didn't know when." She exhales, sharp, shaky. 48 hours. If we're lucky. She pulls the towel tighter around her shoulders, her brow furrowed like she's replaying the last 2 years of her life through a new lens. "He's making his final move, and if we don't stop it, he wins," I say simply. She nods. Once. No fear in her face now, only fire. "Then we end this on the coast." She looks up at me. "Tell me we have a way in." "Not yet," I admit. "But I'll find one." "No," she says. "We'll find one." Her hand curls around mine on the table. Not shaking. not unsure. I'm not letting him walk out of that summit with a weaponized god and a clean conscience. He won't, I tell her. Not while we're still breathing. I call Finn back before the hour's out. He answers immediately, already pulling up a 3D scan of the island summit. It's a fortress, he says. Built on rock, surrounded by tides, only one road in, one footpath that vanishes at high tide. I study the map. Stone battlements, narrow alleys, one centralized hub wired into a subterranean vault beneath the chapel. Where's the upload uplink? Here. Finn taps the screen. Northern Chapel Tower. Reinforced base, custom satellite dish hidden in the spire. Total signal blackout, except for one encrypted channel scheduled to go live in 47 hours. Security? That's the part you're going to hate. He drags a file onto the feed. Dorn. My jaw tightens. You sure? His call sign pinged the island's temporary security perimeter last night. Logged in as consultant. But that's just code for ghost with authority. And a kill order, I mutter. Sloane standing beside me now, listening, processing. Dorn's the one who came after you, she says. He's the one who won't stop until one of us is dead. We map out the island for the next 2 hours. I walk Sloane through ingress strategies. Disguised entry during a tide window, cloaked comms, falsified security passes through an old contact of mine who still owes me for that thing in Prague. You realize this is suicide, Finn says, halfway through the briefing. Not if we win, Sloane replies. She's not blinking, not looking away, just burning. He made me a commodity, she says. He turned my name into a line item. I'm going to make his name a warning. Then let's make it count, I say.
Chapter 29. Sloane. It's just past sunset, and the last light is bleeding off the sea like spilled copper. I'm standing at the perimeter of the vineyard, staring toward the cliffs, trying to slow my pulse after hours of planning with Reese. The air smells like salt and earth. It should be calming. It isn't. Then I hear it. Not a bird. Not wind. Footsteps. Behind me. Slow. Cautious. Reese? I call out. No answer. I turn and freeze. Sloane. I know the voice before my brain can process the rest. Avery. He looks like hell. Clothes rumpled. Face thinner than I remember. Hair wild from travel or tension, or both. His eyes are red-rimmed and glassy, like he hasn't slept in days. You shouldn't be here, I whisper. I didn't come to fight. That's good, because you'd lose. He gives a ghost of a smile. It dies quickly. I came to explain. To help, if you'll let me. I don't move. Last time you helped, you disappeared with a data key and left a metaphorical grenade in my office. I know. His voice breaks. Just a little. And I've paid for it. Every day since. Have you? He nods. Quiet. Serious. I was wrong, Sloane. About all of it. About him. About what I was doing. I fold my arms across my chest. Why now? Because the leak's coming. I know it. Everyone's panicking. Bishop's scrambling. Imogen's activating field ops. And I realized if I didn't choose a side, they'd choose one for me. He steps closer. I want it to be yours. I lead Avery through the side door of the villa, every cell in my body screaming at me to slow down. But I don't. Not yet. Reese is standing in the main room when we walk in, one hand braced against the edge of the table. He doesn't draw his weapon. He doesn't need to. Tell me that's not who I think it is, he says, voice like cracked stone. It's him, I say evenly. And he says he wants to help. Avery raises his hand slowly. I know how it looks. You mean like a man who ghosted us the second things got hot and now shows up with just enough desperation to be useful? Reese steps forward. Yeah, you nailed the look. I get it. You don't trust me. You're damn right I don't. I step between them before Reese closes the distance. His jaw is tight, but his hands are still. Barely. Let him talk. Reese's eyes lock on mine. I see it there. The storm just under the surface. The part of him that wants to drag Avery outside and put an end to this without the conversation. But he nods. Just once. You've got 2 minutes, he growls. Avery exhales and reaches into his coat slowly. Too slowly. And Reese tenses instantly. It's just a drive, Avery says quickly, holding it up between 2 fingers. Encrypted. Access points to the summit tunnels, rotation schedules, code tags from Bishop's back channels. He places it on the table gently, like it's a peace offering. He's moving everything through the sub-vault beneath the chapel, but he's rerouting uplink traffic through a separate relay in the northern corridor. You'll need to hit both or the upload completes anyway. Reese glances at the drive but doesn't touch it. And you just happen to get access to all this? I was Bishop's inside man, remember? Avery says, shrugging. The perks come with the rot. I finally speak. And what do you want in return? Avery looks at me. No smirk this time. Just exhaustion. Nothing. Just to help fix what I helped build. You helped build a kill system, Reese snaps. And now I'm helping you break it. The silence is thick. Reese doesn't flinch. You lied to her again, he says quietly. And I won't stop at disabling you. Avery doesn't blink. Fair. I pick up the drive, weighing it in my hand. One chance, I say. If this is a setup? It's not, he says quickly. I meet Reese's eyes over the table. We'll know soon enough. The villa goes quiet after midnight. Too quiet. I'm sitting by the window, watching shadows stretch across the grass, sipping a cup of coffee I don't remember making. Across the room, Reese is sharpening a blade with the kind of precision that says he hasn't relaxed since Avery walked through the door. Neither have I. Avery's door is closed, locked, supposedly. He said he was going to crash, needed to clear his head before the op. But I don't hear movement. I don't hear anything. You're still wired? I say softly. Reese doesn't look up. You gave a snake a blanket. He brought us intel. So did the last guy who betrayed you. That one lands. I rub a hand over my face, trying to shake the unease. What if he's telling the truth? Then I'll owe you an apology, Reese mutters, but I won't need to write it. The moment comes at 3:17 a.m. My earpiece hisses once, then goes dead. No signal, no bounce, just static and silence. Reese? I ask, already rising. He's on his feet before I finish his name. Comms are down, he says. Finn's line isn't responding. I sprint to Avery's door. It's ajar. The bed's empty. No, I whisper. No, no, no. Outside, we hear the crunch of tires, a low mechanical click from the woods, and then a voice, silk and ice, crackles over the house comms. Reese, Sloane, you've made quite the mess. Imogen. But you forgot the first rule of containment. Never trust an asset who wants redemption. I lock eyes with Reese. He's already moving, grabbing weapons, tossing me the backup drive. Get underground, he growls. Now. We're surrounded. Exactly. And we've got one way out.
Chapter 30. Reese. The second Imogen signs off the comms. I move. We've got 90 seconds. I snap. Sloane doesn't ask. She's already grabbing the backup drive and her jacket, her breath sharp but controlled. I hit the pantry wall, pull the latch under the third shelf, and the panel slides open with a hiss. Hidden behind rows of canned goods and dust is a steel case, compact, dirty, wired with enough DEET cord to make sure no one walks out of here without a limp. Is that our goodbye? I mutter. I grab the trigger switch and the remote detonator. My shoulders already stiff from the earlier hit, but adrenaline smooths the edges. Tunnel? Sloane asks, right behind me. Press room. Go. The vineyard's edge is quiet as death. Stars overhead. Wind brushing through the rows of twisted vines. It should be peaceful, but I can feel them closing in. 3 seconds. 2. I slam the trigger. The earth doesn't shake. It roars. Flames rip through the outer field. A thunderous crack splits the night as the irrigation trench explodes outward in a chain reaction. Soil, fire, and metal fly skyward. The villa behind us shudders. Then the gunfire starts. Move! We sprint across the back path, smoke curling at our heels, bullets hissing through the night like bees. I keep Sloane in front of me, firing backward at shadows that break the tree line. She reaches the press room first and slams the door open. Go! She yells, not looking back. The hatch in the floor is already open. She drops into the tunnel. I follow, just as a bullet slams into the frame where my head used to be. The tunnel ends in a rusted hatch beneath what used to be the south orchard. Nothing but ash and gravel now. I slam my shoulder into the lock and it groans open with a pop of ancient bolts. Fresh air hits my face like a slap. Not relief. Not yet. We scramble out and duck low, crouch behind the rise of a broken stone wall. I scan the tree line. 2 figures moving fast. Military gear. Suppressed rifles. 2 on the ridge, I whisper. There's a car under the brush line, Sloane says, pointing left. You stashed it? Always do. We move. Fast. Quiet. Until we aren't. The moment we clear the last row of collapsed vines, the gunfire starts. Muzzle flashes tear through the dark. I fire twice, drop one. The other dives behind a tree. Sloane is already yanking the tarp off the car, keys out, breath ragged. Get in, she yells. I cover her, my shoulders screaming with every pull of the trigger. Blood loss is catching up. My vision's fraying at the edges. She shoves the door open and I half collapse into the passenger seat. The engine roars to life. The tires bite into gravel. And then we're flying down the coast road, the wind shoving smoke out of the open windows. I press a rag against my shoulder and glance at her. Jaw tight, hair matted with sweat and dirt, eyes forward and furious. You good? I ask, voice rough. Ask me again when we get to the Mont. Copy that. She flicks her eyes toward me just once. But I meant what I said. We walk into this together. And we walk out, I finish. We're not smiling. We're bleeding. But for the first time since Geneva, we know exactly where we're going. And we're going in as one.
Chapter 31. Sloane. Mont Saint-Michel rises out of the sea like something half-remembered from a fever dream. Sharp spires pierce the sky, ancient walls braced against centuries of wind and tide, the entire island cloaked in mist and dignity. It should be beautiful. Instead, it feels like a tomb. We're almost there, Reese says, voice low as we round the final bend in the road. I don't answer. I can't. My chest is too tight. The closer we get, the colder I feel. Not from the sea air, from the weight of memory. Memory and betrayal. I used to think this place was mythic, some romantic postcard of European history. Now it looks like what it is. A fortress for tyrants, a theater for lies. Bishop chose it on purpose. Every stone, every echo, is a performance, a symbol. He's not hiding anymore. He's elevating. We pass a checkpoint flanked by suited guards with earwigs and biometric scanners. Reese flashes forged credentials. No hesitation. Just muscle memory. We drive through without question. As we reach the outer terrace and the car rolls to a stop beneath the old monastery wall, I finally speak. It feels like walking into my father's grave. Reese doesn't correct me. Then let's bury him right. We hole up in a long-abandoned stable loft overlooking the western courtyard. Reese's choice, of course. High ground, concealed entry, good sight lines, excellent fallback options. I sit by a cracked window, watching as Bishop Shaw arrives in full theatrical glory. A private motorcade rolls across the stone bridge. Black cars, soft lights, the glow of wealth and inevitability. The crowd around the summit entrance shifts. Shoulders straighten, phones raise, laughter trickles like champagne across the courtyard stones. And there he is, my father. Backstabbing traitor that he is. He steps out of the back car like a king returning to court. Perfect posture. Charcoal wool coat tailored to precision. His silver-streaked hair combed into place like he's about to pose for a magazine cover. He doesn't look like someone who sold death. He looks like someone selling the future. A wave of applause rises from the reception tent. People lean forward, desperate for proximity, cameras snapping like they're capturing salvation instead of surveillance. Helix, Reese mutters beside me, holding a scope to his eye. That's what he's calling it now. Of course he is, I say, teeth clenched. Something smooth, something serpentine. You sure you're ready? I don't answer right away. Because watching him laugh with a German ambassador, shaking hands, placing his palm on someone's back like a fatherly god, I want to scream. I want to burn the whole damn place down. I'm past ready, I whisper. I'm done giving him the benefit of the doubt. Back inside the loft, Reese unzips the garment bag without a word and hangs the dress in front of me. Black, sleek, minimalist. It isn't flashy. It doesn't need to be. It cuts, clean lines, tailored strength, like it was made for a woman stepping into war beneath chandeliers. He won't see you coming, Reese says quietly. I run my hand over the fabric. It's silk, but it might as well be armor. He still thinks I'm fractured, I murmur. Still thinks I'll freeze. Let him think it. Let him look me in the eyes and realize too late. Inside the bag is a mask, half face, high society veneer, its edges sharp as bone. I hold it up, watch it catch the firelight from the lantern. Funny, I say. He built me to be the perfect spokesperson. I practiced speeches in his office, gave interviews he wrote. He built a mask, Reese says. He didn't count on you breaking it. I turn to him. I'm going to wear the one he gave me, walk into that summit looking like the golden heir he thinks he controls. I slip the mask halfway onto my face, just enough to feel its weight. Then I'm going to rip it off while the world's watching. His jaw clenches, not in tension, but in awe. You sure you want to do this in front of everyone? There's no more behind the scenes. He made the stage. Then we burn it down on opening night.
Chapter 32. Reese. From the overlook, I watch the crowd slink across the lower courtyard like perfume-drenched predators. Everything gleams, glass, jewelry, weaponized smiles, summit delegates, contractors, high rollers in custom tuxedos pretending this isn't a war disguised as a gala. And there, at the front of the procession, one of Bishop's attachés. I recognize the stance. Bishop's already in the building. We can't walk through that front line, I mutter. Too exposed. Too many surveillance layers. One wrong blink and your face hits the database. Sloane nods once, jaw tight. She's calm, but I know what it costs her to keep that edge steady. Then we go in quiet, she says. Exactly what I was hoping she'd say. I tap the comm twice. Finn, call it. We're going dark. A half-second delay. Then Finn's voice threads into my ear, Precise, clipped, caffeinated. You've got an opening at the logistics wing, southeast corridor, past catering, camera cycling in 7. I can give you 6 clean. Enough. Disguise kits are prepped in drop point echo, left stairwell access. You'll blend in with mid-tier staff, power techs, floor crew, nothing flashy. I'm already unpacking the gear, snapping open the tactical duffel beneath the observation wall. ID tags, uniform jumpsuits, burner badges, biometric dampeners. I toss one to Sloane. Logistics ghosts, I say. No heroics yet. She zips up the black suit, pulls her hair back tight. Not yet, she says, but soon. The way she looks at me. Cold fire. I return it with a nod. Nothing more. Let's burn this palace from the basement up. The back corridor smells like cold metal and citrus cleaner. We slip in with a catering crew, offloading wine cases, moving like we've done this 100 times. Nobody checks badges. Nobody looks twice. Finn's voice murmurs in my ear, barely a whisper. You're clean. Cameras looping, 5-minute window. Stay tight. The hallway ahead forks left toward the main ballroom, and right toward the operations floor. I steer Sloane hard to the right. Stick close, I mutter. Not going anywhere, she replies, voice steady. But I hear the tension under it. Not fear. Focus. Fire on a short fuse. We pass a prep room where 2 summit guards are laughing over comm static and a half-eaten charcuterie tray. They don't even glance at us. Good. We cut through a narrow corridor that drops into a sub-level. Concrete floors, bare stone walls, antique shell-hiding, bleeding-edge tech. I slow at the corner, glance down. There it is. A matte black security door sealed into the stone with a biometric reader. No keypad, no external failsafe. Damn it, Bishop. That's it, I say. Server access vault. No way in without a full biometric sequence. Sloane's already moving forward. She brushes her fingers over the scanner without touching it. Voice and blood. His. Exactly. It's locked to him and him alone. So we either find his body, or we rewrite the script. She turns to me. I see the fire sparking behind her eyes. She's done hiding. She's already thinking of how to drag him into the light and make him unlock it himself. After what seems like hours, I realize something with absolute clarity. We're not breaking in. She's calling him out. Sloane stares at the sealed vault like she's memorizing every weld. Her breath is steady, but I can feel the war in her pulse. Tight, sharp, electric. She turns to me, eyes lit with something colder than anger. He built this door, she says. He designed the locks, the walls, the floors, and the lies, I add. She nods, and I'm going to tear it down while he watches. I wait. Let the silence stretch. You're not talking about sabotage, I say. You're talking about a stage. No more shadows, she replies. He wants a legacy? I'll give him one. I'll burn him to the ground in front of the people he's trying to impress. She strips off the logistics badge and drops it on the stone like it offends her. Then she reaches into her pack and pulls out the half-mask she wore in Venice. Gold trim, black silk ties. Elegant, lethal. He made me the face of everything good, she says softly. The poster girl for a future built on lies. She slides it into place. And when she looks up, she doesn't look like someone trying to survive. She looks like a reckoning in heels. So we're done sneaking, she says. He wanted a show. I'll give him one. I nod once. I'll be watching your 6 the whole time. I know. She turns, starts climbing the stone stairs toward the main level. I follow. Because this isn't just a mission anymore. This is her war. And I wouldn't let anyone else stand beside her for it.
Chapter 33. Sloane. The door to Bishop's private lounge closes behind me with the softest hiss. Soundless, nearly reverent. He's already inside, alone. pouring something expensive and amber into 2 crystal tumblers, like this is a summit of equals instead of a reckoning. "You're early," he says without looking up. "Or late. Depends on the narrative." I don't speak. I don't move. I let the silence stretch long enough for him to feel it. He finally glances over his shoulder. His eyes flick across my face, calculating, familiar, hungry for control. "You came. You're not surprised," I say flatly. Hope is different from surprise. He sets the second glass on the table between us, gesturing to the chair like it's some sacred rite. "I thought you might need to see things for yourself before you tried to burn it all down." I walk toward him, slow, controlled. I don't touch the drink, don't sit. "I've seen enough." He smiles. That polished politician grin that's cracked empires wide open. "Have you?" He walks around the chair like he's circling a chessboard. "I think what you've seen are fragments, leaks, out of context data, emotional noise. Is that what you're calling it now? Noise?" "I'm calling it grief, Sloane. Misplaced, misunderstood." He leans against the table, arms crossed, as if he's here to mentor me, coach me through the end of my own illusion. "You lost the story. I'm giving it back." I meet his gaze without flinching. "Then you'd better start talking. Everything I built, everything I sacrificed, was for you," Bishop says. He doesn't raise his voice, doesn't plead. He states it like a fact, like gravity. I watch him cross the room to the wide-arched window that overlooks the bay. Tide swelling, soft golden light washing across the stone floors. "I knew what the world would become," he continues. "Surveillance, automation, political collapse. Icarus was never meant to dominate. It was meant to protect the right people." He turns to face me. "And I designed it to ensure you were always protected." I study him like I'm examining a snake mid-coil. Gorgeous. Deadly. "You built a kill switch with my name inside it. And I dismantled it the moment you left DC. He says it like I should thank him. Like I should cry. "You used my face," I say. "My name. My voice. You created a narrative, your grieving, brilliant daughter, carrying your ethical torch. And the world believed it," he replies, proud. "You made them believe it. That's your power." He crosses the room slowly, controlled. "I'm offering it to you again. Not out of desperation, but because no one else can do this." "Do what?" I snap. "Spin death into salvation? Rewrite the future," he says. "Not tear it apart. Lead it." I let the silence hang. Because every second he keeps talking, every beat he indulges in his own mythology, he's not watching the system. He's not watching Reese. He's not watching the mainframe. Keep going, I think. Tell me more lies. Because the longer I listen, the closer we get to the truth breaking him from the inside. He watches me too closely now. The charm's still there, the measured warmth, but I see the shift in his posture. Subtle, a step off. He's starting to wonder. "Where's Reese?" he asks casually, like he's inquiring about a shared acquaintance. "Gone," I say without flinching. "Gone where?" "That wasn't part of the invitation." He studies me. This is the part where he recalculates, the part where he senses, for the first time, that he doesn't have full control of the narrative. "You're not here to join me," he says slowly. "No," I reply, standing. "I'm here to stall you." The words hang in the air like a loaded trigger. I watch his eyes change, not shock, not even anger, just realization. "You've been playing me." "Since I walked in the door." I step closer. "You know what your biggest flaw is, Bishop? Do enlighten me." "You always assume the smartest person in the room is the one holding the power." His expression flattens, controlled rage simmering beneath glass. And you're not holding power? I'm holding the fuse. The calm in my ear crackles to life. Finn's voice sharp and alarmed. Sloane. He's triangulating a secondary kill stream. He knows something's off. We need 60 more seconds. Just keep him talking. My pulse spikes, but I don't blink. I smile. Tell me more, I say, stepping into his space. About how you built Icarus. About what happens when Helix goes live. About the part where you finally become a god. He stares at me. He hesitates. Not because he's unsure, but because he just realized I didn't come here to listen. I came to end him.
Chapter 34. Avery. The hallway hums like it's alive. Server racks buzz behind thick glass. Surveillance nodes blink green. I count my steps, one after the other, past the firewall-coated doors and motionless security drones like I belong here. Like I'm not a ghost tiptoeing through the machine. Almost there, I whisper to no one. No communications, no backup, no plan. Just the override key I stole from Bishop's executive panel and the foolish, aching belief that if I can stop this thing before they do, before Reese does, maybe I'll be something more than a footnote in someone else's war. The fixer who finally fixed something. The biometric scanner hisses when I swipe the key card. I hold my breath. Then the lock flashes green. The vault hums open like it's exhaling centuries of rot. Inside, the node. Circular. Quiet. Elegant. The uplink port glowing like a throat waiting to be slit. I cross to the interface, heart hammering. All right, let's see if I still remember how to break a system I helped build. The screen flashes red. Access denied. Try again. Access denied. No. The terminal's heat rises. Static cracks along the panel edges, and that's when I hear the footsteps. Measured. Deliberate. And a voice that slices right through me. You always did underestimate the lock, Avery. Bishop steps into the vault like it belongs to him. Because it does. His coat drapes over his shoulders like armor. His hands are calm, unhurried, as he closes the door behind him with a soft click that feels like a guillotine dropping. I swallow hard and straighten up, trying to meet his eyes. I can stop it, I say. I know enough. If we reroute the uplink... There is no we, Bishop cuts in. He looks at me like I'm a failed prototype. You think this is about keystrokes and timing? You don't even know what you're trying to stop. Then explain it, I snap. Tell me what you've buried us all under. He doesn't flinch. You don't get the explanation. You sold it years ago when you took my offer and stopped asking questions. I thought I was helping build something that mattered. You were, he says, almost kindly. But you didn't matter. The words hit like a body blow. I stumble back a step, blink, not because I'm surprised, but because it confirms what I always feared. I wasn't a partner. I wasn't a co-architect. I was a tool. A warm body with access codes and plausible deniability. And I walked into it willingly. Then the door hisses again, software sharp, and she arrives. Imogen Calder, a blood-red coat, heels that don't make a sound, gloves still dusted with snow from outside like she hasn't been running, hasn't been hiding, like she's been waiting for this moment with the precision of a god. You two look like children arguing over toys, she says, eyes scanning us both with withering boredom. How touching. Imogen, Bishop says, almost amused, still alive. And still cleaning up your messes. Then she looks at me. And I know. This is about to get worse. Imogen stops a few feet from me, examining me like I'm a failed sculpture. Still scrambling to be relevant, Avery? You brought me into this, I snap. You used me. Of course I did, she says with a ghost of a smile. You were useful, for a while, until you weren't. Her eyes cut toward Bishop. He should have thrown you out 2 phases ago. But he's sentimental. Weak. And what are you? I bite. The architect of betrayal? Her smile widens. Not betrayal, she says. Pragmatism. She takes a step forward, the calm emanating from her feeling dangerous. You want to know why Reese will never kill me? She asks softly. He should have already, I mutter. Because I carry the weight he can't let go of. She leans in. I let his brother die. The room shifts sideways. What? He found the Helix prototype, she says, voice smooth as glass. He was going to expose it. Uplink proof. Whistleblower dump already prepared. She straightens her coat sleeve like she's brushing off lint. So I rerouted comms, pulled satellite coverage, let him walk into a kill zone with no eyes, no backup, no escape. Bishop doesn't even blink. You let him die, I whisper. To protect this, she replies. To protect him. Reese didn't need a brother. He needed a mission. You're a monster. No, she says coolly. I'm what survival looks like. She turns to Bishop. Security's moving to sweep the lower tunnels. The girl's stalling. The soldiers too close. We can still lock the kill sequence, he says. Not if he's motivated. She looks at me again. That's why we need to use him. Me? I choke. Oh, sweetheart, she purrs. You were never the hero. You're the bullet we send with a ribbon on it. The guards step forward, gloved hands on my shoulders. I don't fight, because I finally understand. They're not going to kill me. They're going to deliver me, as a weapon, as a message, as a bomb. Reese can't disarm. My God, what have I become?
Chapter 35. Reese. The moment I step into the server vault, I can feel it. That hum, not electricity, not just tech, something deeper, something alive. Like the entire system is exhaling, preparing to send its poison out into the world one last time. On the far wall, the countdown pulses red. 0 hours, 5 minutes, and 38 seconds. Sloane's already at the secondary relay. Hair pulled back, hands flying over the stripped circuit housing like she was born in this room. Power reroute in progress, she says, voice clipped. If I cross the right pair, Finn's failsafe overloads the broadcast system, cuts the pulse before it transmits. And if you cross the wrong one, then it transmits faster. She doesn't look at me when she says it. She's too focused. But I'm not. I'm watching her, breathing her in. Because if this room is the last place I ever stand, I need it to end beside her. The servers whir louder. Lights flicker. I kneel at the main access panel, yanking off the cover and exposing the nightmare of wires inside. We've got less than 5 minutes, I say. After that, there's no override, no back door. The system self-protects. So we don't miss. I glance up. She's sweating, bleeding from a nick above her brow. And I've never seen anything more powerful in my life. The door slams open behind us. Heavy boot falls. Precision strikes. That low, sharp click of a safety being switched off. Donovan. I don't need to look up. I know the voice. I know the weight of it in my spine. Major Dorn. He walks in like a ghost cut from steel, older now, broader, but still moving like the weapon they designed him to be. Should have stayed buried in Berlin, I mutter, standing. You should have stayed loyal. Sloane shifts beside the panel, but doesn't run. She knows this isn't her fight. This is mine. I've got him, I say, without looking back. Finish the reroute. Reese, finish it. Dorn doesn't hesitate. He lunges, and we clash like war dogs. His elbow slams toward my throat. I duck, twist, catch his ribs with a fist that jars straight through to my shoulder. He grunts, then lifts me off my feet and slams me back into the server rack. Metal groans. Something sparks. Pain tears through my ribs. But I don't let go. I can't. This isn't about winning anymore. It's about stopping him from buying Bishop the time he needs. And if I go down, I'm taking Dorn with me. You were always a shadow, he growls, pressing harder. And you were always a coward. I followed orders. You murdered innocents. We fall, fists flying, knees cracking against steel. And the clock behind us just keeps ticking down. My vision's narrowing, blood in my mouth, my shoulders dislocated, maybe fractured. Doesn't matter. Dorn's got me pinned, one forearm crushing my chest while his other hand goes for the knife strapped to his thigh. No. I twist, barely dodging the blade as it scrapes across my ribs. Pain blooms like fire, but I use it, drive my knee into his thigh, shift my weight, and roll us both hard into the server stack. Glass shatters, sparks flare, the whole room convulses. Dorn tries to recover, goes for the knife again. I'm faster. I grab the exposed live wire behind us and jam it into the pool of water collecting beneath the mainframe. You want to die for something? I snarl. Die for this. The shock hits him hard. His whole body seizes, every muscle locking. He twitches once, twice, and drops like a stone. Still breathing, but he won't be getting up again. I stumble backward. Everything's ringing. My chest's caved in. My legs barely hold. But I see her. Sloane, lit by the red glow of the countdown, still crouched at the relay. She turns, eyes wide, face streaked with blood and fury and fear. Reese! Do it! I rasp. End it! She doesn't hesitate. She slams the final breaker, and the room erupts. Lights burst. Screens crack. A deep, guttural howl tears through the vault as the system starts eating itself from the inside. We did it, she whispers, breath catching. We stopped it. I slide to the floor, blood soaking my shirt, every nerve on fire. But I manage one last breath before the world goes dark. You stopped it.
Chapter 36. Sloane. The vault groans around me like it's trying to hold its breath. Lights strobe across the mainframe, flickering warnings in a dozen languages. Sparks spit from the ceiling panels. The air smells like ozone, like scorched ambition. Reese is on the floor behind me, bleeding out and barely conscious. But he's breathing. That's the only reason I'm still standing. I stagger toward the biometric interface, glass fractured, screen flickering, but still online. One final layer. Bishop's personal lockout protocol, voice and DNA coded into the core system. No key, no override. Only him. But I brought a ghost with me. Finn, I say, throat raw. Tell me you have it. His voice cuts through the static in my comm, clipped and breathless. Pulled it from a 2021 executive brief. Quality's clean, confidence level, 89%. That'll have to do. I press the comm link to the voice reader, then nod toward the glowing terminal. Play it. A moment of silence, then his voice, the same one that used to read me bedtime stories and design kill switches, fills the room. Authorization Bishop Shaw. Execute phase Omega. Total reset. The vault hums low. The panel scans the audio file. A single tone rises. A long, sharp beep. Come on, I whisper. Believe your own illusion. A final flash. The scanner turns green. Access granted. Kill switch engaged. And just like that, the system starts to die. The second the system recognizes the command, something shifts in the air. It's not dramatic. It's precise. A calculated unraveling. One by one, the server towers blink off. Code floods the terminal, scrambling itself midline before dissolving into nothing. A digital death spiral. Initiating total reset. The terminal announces in Bishop's own voice. Purge complete in 60 seconds. The lights dim. The hum grows distorted. And then the data begins to pour out. Screens surrounding the vault burst into life, flickering through terabytes of damning evidence, surveillance footage, black site directives, contract sign-offs, Audio recordings of men in expensive suits, greenlighting atrocities. Oh my God, I whisper. It's all real. All of it. The uplink triggers. I watch confirmation lights appear one by one across the terminal. Intercept upload. Sent. Global release. In progress. Media vaults. Active. Whistleblower accounts. Verified. We did it. The machine Bishop built, so careful, so ruthless, is vomiting its secrets into the world. Everything he thought he could hide behind clean branding and high society handshakes is now unspooling in public without a filter. He wanted to write the future, I murmur, stepping back. Now his legacy's a cautionary tale. Behind me, Reese shifts, barely conscious, bloodied but breathing. I sink to my knees beside him, gripping his hand. It's gone, I whisper. Icarus, Bishop, all of it. He doesn't open his eyes, but his voice rasps out low and full of steel. Good. I stay crouched beside Reese, gripping his hand like it's the only solid thing left in the world. The vault lights flicker and fade to backup red. The hum of Icarus is gone. Dead. Around us, the walls pulse with silence, broken only by the distant sound of wind and the hollow collapse of a dying machine. You're going to be okay, I whisper, not sure if I'm promising him or myself. His lips twitch. Some ghost of a smile. You burned it all, he murmurs. Didn't think you'd do it. Neither did Bishop. He never really knew you, Reese says. But I do. I swallow hard, because now, at the end of everything, I know me too. Through the cracked monitor above, I can see the outside world changing in real time. Emergency sirens, media drones circling, the high society summit dissolving into panic while headlines scroll across projected screens. Shocking leak links. Global leaders to black site surveillance project. Shaw Corp executives missing. Icarus protocol, dismantled by anonymous internal source. My name isn't on it. Not yet. But it will be. And this time, I won't run from it. I take one last look at the wreckage of the room, the shattered empire, the red emergency lights painting the walls like a cathedral of reckoning. Then I reach for Reese, blood and grit between our fingers, and I whisper what neither of us has dared to say until now. We survived. His eyes flutter open, just enough. Together, always. I think I believe it.
Chapter 37. Reese. When I come to, it's not to silence, it's to sirens, choppers, boots over broken stone. The echo of orders barked through radios. The vault is gone, at least the part that mattered. The servers are gutted. The fire suppression system is kicking up steam, filling the space with fog that tastes like scorched circuitry and metal. I try to move and pain answers, sharp and immediate, a spike down my side that makes my vision blur. But then I feel it. Warmth. A hand, steady and strong, curled around mine. I blink once, twice, and the haze clears just enough to see her. Sloane, alive, whole, glowing with ash and blood and something terrifyingly beautiful. Hey, she says softly, brushing damp hair back from my face. Took you long enough. Had to make sure you could handle things without me, I rasp. Her smile's small, but real. We handled it. You didn't think I was going to let you have the final word, did you? They move us to triage through the west corridor, medics half carrying, half dragging me past shattered screens and still smoking cables. My shoulder's wrecked. Ribs too. But my mind is sharp, and every beat of my pulse feels heavier now, like it's dragging me back into a world I'm not sure I belong in anymore. Sloane walks beside the gurney, refusing to let go of my hand. She won't stop watching me, as if any second I'll vanish and this will all rewind. You're going to be okay, she says, more to herself than me. It's over? I think so. And Bishop? Her eyes narrow, lips pulling into something colder. Either in a cage or a crypt. Doesn't matter anymore. I close my eyes. Not because I'm weak. Because I'm not needed for the next move. She made it. She won. And I'm still here to see it. Finn patches in while the medics are still checking my vitals. The comms unit at my ear buzzes twice. Then his voice breaks through. Low, fast, threaded with nerves and adrenaline. Files are live, he says. Every outlet you can name, plus 2 black channels. Social's already ablaze. Half the world's in shock. The other half's asking how they didn't see it coming. You name us. No need, he replies. The proof speaks louder, but they'll know it was you. Her. Eventually. I glance over at Sloane. She's seated beside me on the edge of a field cot now, hair damp from the rain, expression unreadable. There's a quiet around her, like she's turned inward, listening for something. And Imogen? A pause. Gone. 2 syllables, and still they hit harder than they should. I expected it, but knowing it, that's different. She's not the type to leave ashes untouched. She vanishes like smoke. No footprints, no echoes, just absence that hurts. She knows about my brother, I mutter. Sloane turns sharply. You're sure? She let him die, I say, voice steady. He had evidence. She rerouted back up. Took his voice before he could use it. Jesus, Reese. It wasn't revenge, I add. It was strategy. Cold-blooded leverage. Sloane's jaw tightens, but there's no surprise in her eyes. Just fire. And fury. And she'll come back, eventually. People like her don't just disappear. No, I say. They haunt. Then there's Avery. No one's seen him since the vault. No surveillance hits. No trace on the comm logs. Not a single digital footprint. That's what terrifies me. He's too good to vanish completely. Think he ran? Sloane asks quietly. No, I say. I think he's waiting. For what? I look at her. For the right time to make it matter. Later, when the choppers move on and the field med tent empties, the silence feels louder than the war. I lie there, bandaged, stitched, bruised in places I can't name, and stare at the cracked canvas above me, thinking about all the things I shouldn't have survived. And then I feel her. Sloane slides onto the cot beside me like a shadow. No fanfare, no hesitation. Just presence. She curls against my side, careful of the wounds but not afraid of them. You stayed, I whisper. So did you. We don't speak for a long time after that, because there's nothing left to prove, nothing left to fight for except this. The breath between battles, the choice we didn't think we'd get. Each other. I reach for her hand, thread my fingers through hers even though my body's screaming. She holds tight. I don't really know how to stop moving, she murmurs, voice thick. How to be after all this. Then don't, I say. Not all at once. You think we'll be okay? No. She stiffens slightly, but I pull her closer. I think we'll be better. She exhales slowly, nods against my shoulder. I let my eyes close, not because I'm giving up, but because, for the first time, I trust that someone else is watching the door.
Chapter 38. Sloane. The London safe house is too still. It's tucked behind a row of plain white townhomes in Marylebone, the kind of place that looks invisible on purpose. The windows are shielded with mirrored glass, the furniture is just functional enough to be forgettable, and the air smells like dust, sterilized wood, and someone else's secrets. We've been here 48 hours, long enough for bruises to settle and bone-deep exhaustion to set in, not long enough to feel anything close to peace. I'm curled on the corner of a worn leather couch, flipping through one of Reese's encrypted burner tablets, not reading, just moving pixels. Every headline is some variation of the same scream: Shaw Corp collapse. Project Icarus exposed. Global fallout looms. My face isn't in the stories yet. Not officially, but it's coming. And I'm not sure which part I'm bracing for more. The media frenzy, or the thing I feel creeping at the edge of this silence between Reese and me. Something's off. He's been distant since last night. Focused, controlled, too damn polite, which usually means something is about to explode. He enters the room quietly, laptop tucked under his arm. His shirt's rumpled from a half-slept night, and there's a bruise curling just under his jaw that makes my stomach twist every time I see it. His eyes flick up, meet mine, then drop to the screen like he can't quite hold the weight of what he's about to say. "We've got a problem," he says without preamble, voice low and sharp. I sit up straighter, adrenaline snapping to the surface. "Please tell me it's not another leak." "No," he says, setting the laptop down with a soft thud. "It's me." "You?" They froze everything. Bank accounts, passports, private IDs, burned. Every digital thread I had has been cut. I'm not just compromised, I'm gone. "What do you mean gone?" He looks up at me then, and it's like the air goes thick between us. "They've declared me legally dead." "What do you mean legally dead?" I ask again, sharper now. Reese doesn't flinch. He just unzips a black go bag and starts stacking burner IDs into the side pocket, like he's done it 1,000 times. "Interpol flagged every trace I ever left behind," he says, not looking at me. "The UK's following suit. My assets are locked, aliases tagged for surveillance, and MI6 issued a kill notification on all Tier Z former operatives. I'm not just burned, I've been erased." Jesus, Reese. This isn't new, just faster than expected. He says it like he's talking about the weather, like this isn't his entire existence going up in smoke. "So that's it?" I say. "You're just gonna vanish into some alley in Singapore and let the world think you died saving mine?" He freezes mid-pack, hands hovering over a bundle of SIM cards. "It's cleaner this way." "For who?" "For you." That's when the crack forms, low and sharp at the center of my chest. No, you don't get to do that again." He looks up, and the flicker of guilt in his eyes is the only proof I need. "You already made that decision once, Reese. You already decided what I could handle, who I should mourn. And you don't get to disappear on me now just because it's cleaner. I'm not porcelain." He closes the bag slowly. "I know you're not. That's what terrifies me." The silence stretches. Too thick. Too charged. "Do you think I can't handle you broken?" I ask. "I think you shouldn't have to," he says quietly. "Not after everything." "Then stop acting like disappearing is noble. It's not. It's cowardice dressed in strategy." He takes a step toward the door. I follow. "You said we survived this. Together." "I meant it." "Then prove it. Stay." His jaw tightens. He looks at me like I just asked him to tear his own heart out and hand it over. And maybe I did. But if he walks out of here, I'll never believe he meant any of the promises we've made in fire and blood and whispered silence. He doesn't say yes, but he doesn't walk out the door either. Reese stands there, bag slung over his shoulder, hands clenched at his sides like he doesn't trust them to stay at peace. His eyes stay fixed on mine, unreadable, but I know what he's thinking. He's already gone in his head. He's just waiting for me to let him leave. "You want to run?" I say softly. "Run, but don't pretend it's for me." He exhales. Slow, bitter. "I've been living between exit routes my entire life, Sloane. I can't stay in one place." "Then maybe it's time you learned." The silence after that is sharp and hard to swallow. I step forward, just close enough to feel the static between us. The tension, the weight of everything unsaid, pressing down like a second heartbeat. "You don't get to choose for me?" I whisper. "Not when I already chose you." His jaw flexes. His voice is sandpaper. "You chose me when I had a name, a country, a future dot. I'm choosing you now, broken, buried, whatever the hell's left of you. That's not fair." "No," I cut in, voice shaking. "It's real. You said we survived together. I believed you. Don't make me regret that." He looks at me then, really looks at me, and for one terrifying, beautiful second, I see the man I know behind the scars and fire. But he doesn't say a word. He just lets the silence speak louder. And maybe that's worse.
Chapter 39. Reese. The conference ends like a final chord in a song she didn't need help composing. The crowd stands, the lights dim, and there she is, center stage, back straight, head high, voice ringing like a clear signal through a world that once tried to silence her. Sloane Shaw, not the girl Bishop molded, not the name buried in blacksite memos, just her, fierce, whole, alive. She just dismantled the concept of data ownership in a single 20-minute keynote and launched an entire digital ethics initiative in her mother's name with a poise that made the world stop and listen. And I stood in the shadows and watched like I always do. Only this time, I didn't feel like a ghost. I felt like a man trying to find his way home. Outside, Paris is blue gold in that twilight way it gets. Soft, romantic, like it's trying too hard to pretend it's not a city built on revolutions and ruins. I'm parked just beyond the line of black cars and security personnel, leaning against the Ducati with 2 ferry tickets folded in my jacket pocket, like a promise I haven't earned yet. The last 6 months haven't changed much about me. My body still hurts when it rains. My sleep's still fractured and shallow. But I finally stopped reaching for weapons when the silence stretches too long. That's something. Then she walks out. I see her through the curve of the glass doors, spotlight trailing behind her like a halo, and something in my chest goes tight. She's still wearing her heels, still walking like the ground belongs to her. She hasn't seen me yet, but I see everything. Her gaze turns toward me and she freezes, going perfectly still. She doesn't speak right away. She just stands there, eyes locked on mine like she's weighing something sacred in her chest. Like she's taking a long final look at the wreckage and the rebuild and deciding if I'm worth the aftermath. "You could have called," she says. "Would you have picked up?" She doesn't answer. But her fingers reach forward, slow and deliberate, brushing against the edge of the ticket I'm still holding. Just enough contact to make my pulse stutter. "So what is this?" she asks, softer now. "An apology? A proposal? A getaway?" "It's whatever you want it to be," I say. "Except goodbye." Something shifts behind her eyes. That armor, always so pristine, so effortless, cracks just a little. "I'm tired of being strong for everyone else," she says. "Then don't be," I reply. "Not with me." She steps into me, slow and certain, one hand at my chest, the other at the side of my face. And when she kisses me, it's not desperate. It's decided. A promise sealed in breath and trembling lips and the softest goddamn surrender I've ever felt. No chaos, no chase, just her. Here, now. I don't want to run. She pulls back just far enough to whisper, "Where's that ferry headed?" "Marseille." "And when?" "Whenever we're ready." She smiles. The first real one I've seen in 6 months. The balcony is warm with the late afternoon sun, the kind that makes Marseille glow like it's been dipped in honey. Sloane's leaning against the railing, her hair catching the light and making my chest tighten. She's wearing one of my old shirts, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and it's the kind of casual intimacy that still knocks the air out of me. I step up behind her, my hands sliding around her waist. She doesn't startle, just leans back into me, her body fitting against mine like it was made to. "You're thinking too hard," she says, her voice low and teasing. Am I? I press my lips to the curve of her neck, feeling the way her breath hitches. What's it sound like? Like you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. She turns in my arms, her hands coming up to rest on my chest. Her eyes are dark, playful, and something else. Something that makes my pulse kick up a notch. Maybe I'm just thinking about you, I say, my voice rough. Maybe you're overthinking me. She arches an eyebrow, her lips curving into that smirk that always gets under my skin in the best way. I don't answer. Instead, I kiss her, slow and deep, my hands sliding up her back to tangle in her hair. She makes a sound in the back of her throat, something between a laugh and a sigh, and then she's pulling me closer, her fingers digging into my shoulders. Bedroom, she murmurs against my mouth, and it's not a suggestion. Sorry to interrupt. I know no one likes missing out on a spicy grand finale, but unfortunately this platform won't allow us to air what's about to happen next. To make up for this, we're offering a 40% discount on the full, unabridged version of this audiobook when you go to vixavonromance.com and apply code VIX40 at checkout. Thank you for listening to Vixavon Romance. When I finally come back to myself, she's collapsed against me, her head resting on my chest, her breath still ragged. I wrap my arms around her, my hand stroking her back, and she sighs, pressing a soft kiss to my collarbone. Okay, she murmurs, her voice lazy, satisfied. You can be in charge sometimes. I laugh, low and rough, my fingers tangling in her hair. Only sometimes. She lifts her head just enough to look at me, her lips curving into that sexy smile that always makes my chest tighten. Don't get cocky. It's not a permanent arrangement. I grin, pulling her closer, and she doesn't resist, her body molding to mine like she was made to fit there. Wouldn't dream of it. She hums, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest, and for a moment there's nothing else. Just us, here now. Perfect. Blissful. Everything I've ever wanted.
Chapter 40. Sloane. The light here doesn't intrude. It slips in through the sheer curtains, slow and golden, warming the clay tiles beneath my feet as I pad barefoot into the kitchen. The sea breeze moves through the open windows with that lazy confidence only a place untouched by urgency can offer. There's a lemon sitting in a chipped ceramic bowl on the windowsill. I have no idea how it got there. Neither of us remembers buying it, but it feels right, like the house is starting to leave gifts of its own. Outside, I hear the distant thrum of a boat engine and the laugh of a child echoing from somewhere near the market square. The kind of sound that doesn't ask anything from me, just lets me listen. This is peace. I pour coffee into the mismatched mug Reese insists on using because it has a crack down one side. Says it gives it character. I think it reminds him of himself, if he's being honest. He's not back from his dive yet, but the house feels like him. Smells like sea salt and wood smoke, with a hint of whatever soap he swears he doesn't use, but I keep finding in the shower. I curl into the corner of the kitchen bench with my mug in both hands, gaze drifting out to the sea. The town's still waking up, but we've already arrived. We did that the moment we stopped running. There's a sketch pad on the table beside me, half filled with diagrams for a community Wi-Fi hub I'm designing with local teens who want to make the town more connected without selling it to corporations. They bring me pastel de nata when they drop by for feedback. I give them code and stories they're not sure they believe. It's easy. It's real. It's ours. And when I hear the gate creak and the front door open, I don't tense. I just smile, because I know who it is. The door opens with a creak and a familiar thud of boots, casually discarded by the threshold. A few seconds later, I hear the soft rustle of the towel he always half dries his hair with, before forgetting it slung over his shoulder. "You're tracking water through the hall again," I call out, not looking up from the page. "Technically, it's local flavor," Reese replies, his voice still husky from salt air and sun. "Very artisanal." "You're artisanal," I mutter, sipping my coffee as he rounds the corner into the kitchen, hair damp, sun catching the edge of his jaw. His gray shirt is clinging in all the places I probably shouldn't be staring at before noon, but I do anyway. He drops a brown paper parcel onto the table and grins. "Brought you something." If it's another badly folded empada, I swear. "Better." He unwraps the paper. "The old woman from the pier gave me figs." "You flirted for figs." "It was strategic rapport. She asked if I was single." "And?" "Told her I was in hiding with a dangerous woman who designs black site-proof internet architecture in her sleep." I raise an eyebrow, finally setting my coffee down. "So you flirted with me to score fruit?" "Worked, didn't it?" "You're lucky I like figs." He slides into the bench across from me and plucks one from the paper with 2 fingers, biting into it like he hasn't already had a full second breakfast with half the harbor. We sit there in companionable silence, sun stretching long across the tile. He rests his elbow on the table, eyes on me, not in that guarded way he used to, but like he still can't quite believe we made it here. "You working today?" he asks. "A bit," I say. "Finalizing specs for the town hub. The kids added an anonymous reporting plugin that doesn't suck." "Look at you, raising an army." "Raising a village. Building a revolution. Building Wi-Fi. Calm down." His smile softens at the corners. Still sounds like a future to me. By late afternoon, the heat eases off the patio stones, and we've both moved outside. Reese with his sketchbook of dive routes and odd marine trivia he swears is for a curriculum, and me with my laptop open, code idling as I stare at him more than the screen. The sea is shimmering just beyond the cliffs, and the town is wrapped in that quiet lull that always settles in after lunch, like the whole coastline agrees there's nothing more important than pausing. "We could expand the hub," I murmur, lazily tracing the rim of my glass. Reese shifts in his chair, one arm draped behind his head. "Already bored of utopia?" "Never. But I was thinking, maybe we connect some of the smaller villages inland, teach the kids how to build it themselves. Turn it into a network." "Exactly." He watches me for a beat, then nods. "You'd make a hell of a war general." "I'm over war." "Then a gardener. One of those slow, stubborn ones who digs roots deep and doesn't stop until the thing thrives." I smirk, nudging his knee with mine. "And what does that make you?" He shrugs. "I think I'll teach kids how not to drown." Sounds heroic. Sounds simple. That's the point. The sun drips lower in the sky, casting everything in soft peach and coral. I lean into him on the bench, our fingers tangled together on his thigh, legs stretched out in front of us like we've got nowhere else to be, and maybe we don't. Not anymore. "You think we'll ever go back?" I ask after a long moment. "To what?" "Any of it. DC, London, the noise." "Only if we want to," he says. "But I like the view from here." "Me too." He kisses the side of my head, lazy, warm, and entirely without fear. No rush, no ghosts, just this. Absolute perfection. And in the quiet that follows, as the sky deepens and the sea breathes below us, I know the truth as clearly as the day we left it all behind. We have no legacy to protect, just a future to create.